Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings, brothers and sisters. Hope you all are doing well today. Let me confirm that the audio and video are both good. They should be good, but want to always double check before we get started. Just let me know in the chat if it's good. If there's any issues, let me know what those are before we get started. We'll get that squared away. All right, let me know in the chat if there's any issues with the audio or video. I see one person says it's clear. Somebody says turn it up a little. There's not a volume for me to turn it up. So I would say if it is low, then it's probably on your end with your device. Anybody else, is the volume low for them? I see somebody says loud and clear. No issues, clear here. Okay, so whoever it is that says that they're having some audio or volume issues there, then it looks like it might be on your end. Everybody else appears to say that the volume is perfect. So I'm going to call in a blog talk and we'll get started.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN when finished.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important...
Your show is scheduled to start in 19 seconds. We are sorry, but we're experiencing a problem with our system. Please try your call again later or report a problem through the Blog Talk Radio webpage.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
We are sorry, but we're experiencing a problem with our system. Please try your call again later or report a problem through the Blog Talk Radio webpage.
I'm going to try to call in one more time. If it doesn't work, then Blog Talk being Blog Talk.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
To start your show now, press 1.
I know Elder Ricard was just doing the Patreon just a few seconds ago. It was working fine, so I don't know what the problems could be.
We are sorry, but we're experiencing a problem with our system. Please try your call again later or report a problem through the Blog Talk Radio webpage.
To start your show...
We are sorry, but we're experiencing a problem with our system. Please try your call again later or report a problem through the Blog Talk Radio webpage.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
Yep. Blog talking, but it's all right. It's all right. Give me a moment, family. Usually I take this time to try to get things set up. Final final adjustments here before we get started. So we'll let people continue to come in and we'll get started here in just a second. Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath, bless you all. And thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, brother and elder Amar Karab. It is 7:10 p.m. Central Standard Time, January 24th, 2025, coming right off the heels of the 2025 presidential inauguration. And as you can see here, I have my I voted for Christ hoodie on. You see who I voted for, as I'm sure you all voted for as well, with the inauguration of the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump, for his second term, not concurrent, right? He was 45th, Biden was 46, and now Trump again, 47. And so very, very interesting things happening right now. We're going to talk about a lot of these things this evening, but to be here to see what's going on right now in our reality is definitely a blessing to make it week in and week out. We made it to another weekly Sabbath, so for that, we have to give it up to the Most High God. We have to give it up to the Godhead, right? The Elohim, somebody know as the Elohim, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father's name in the Hebrew is Ahiah, his Son in the Hebrew, Yeshaya, who the world calls Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit, which is Rowak in the Hebrew. Giving all praise, honor, glory for making it through another week and arriving here at the Sabbath day. Never promised, never a given, so we always have to count our blessings on that, as well as making it to another weekly live stream here for Friday night, right? And man, the information and revelation right now is happening is out of this world. It's mind blowing, and that's an understatement. Just what is being revealed in these times, both prophetically as well as the information that's just coming out, whether it's just you're not even looking for it and you're seeing it, or just through the research. It is amazing, right? And we're going to get into a lot of that tonight. Hopefully we can cover as much of that as we can, right? And so let's get the title for our live stream for today. What is our title, right, for the live stream? Our title: Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age, Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age. All right, so a lot to dissect and break down with the title and what we're going to discuss this evening. All right, before we go into all of that, we have to get the announcements real quick. Make sure you let everybody know that we are streaming live on Rumble this evening. Make sure you like, make sure you follow, make sure you share. Okay. Make sure that you share and let everybody know you can actually watch a couple different ways. Right. You can go the browser route, open up a browser, rumble.com/GOCC Southwest is our channel name. We are GOCC Southwest on Rumble. You can also download the app if you would rather use an app through your device's app store. And you would search GOCC Southwest. Okay. And I would say that if you're here, then you probably already know that. You have to have done one of those two to make it to this point. But make sure you let everybody else know if they're trying to tune in how they can actually follow along and listen. Typically, we are simulcasting through Blog Talk Radio. Ignore the number. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and take the number off of here for you all. Ignore that number because Blog Talk's not working tonight. It's supposed to come to a conclusion January 31st, which is a week from now, and so chances are it's not going to be working. So we may have ran our last leg in this race with Blog Talk. So Blog Talk has served its time here for us, and going on about 15 years strong, maybe more, about 2009. 2000, somewhere in there, 2011, between 2009 and 2011, we started Blog Talk, our weekly broadcast. We were doing Blog Talk every night of the week for those who remember, who are still, who were around back then. And so Friday nights, we are still going strong from all the way back in the beginning when we first got on Blog Talk. So we're in the process of finding out some new, some new platforms that we can use for people to call in and listen and also speak. So we won't be able to do that tonight, unfortunately, but we probably won't have time with all the information that we need to go through. So is what it is. Our main YouTube channel, GOCC Southwest on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. That way you know when we come on, where we're going to be. If it's a day that's not on a Friday, other content you'll know. It's our main channel. We also have our backup channel with our backup content, Odyssey.com. We are GOCC Southwest on Odyssey.com. If you look in any of our videos, you will see the links to all of our channels and platforms that we use. Mainly searching for free speech, as well as being able to show things without copyright restriction, fair use. YouTube has not honored that for us, but does honor it for other channels. So, I'm not the type of person that plays the games. So, does the verbal gymnastics. This information is already difficult enough to articulate and break down, to try to find words to dance around YouTube algorithms, and also not being able to show, movies and things that we go into that are seriously heavily copyrighted. We can come here, we can show those things, not to worry about, the video, being interrupted or paused or struck down. So Rumble has been working good. I know some people complain about the experience on Rumble. And again, I've tried to, tell as many people, in many different ways as we can, download an ad blocker. Okay. There are ad blockers you can get as extensions to your web browser. There are ad blocker apps that you can download in your app store. Download an ad blocker. We have a video on this Rumble channel that explains different ad blockers, different ways that you can go about that. It's very simple. Once you have the ad blocker on your device, then you should have no issues as long as it's running. You should have no issues. Your Rumble stream should flow without any issue. It should be pretty efficient. And again, Rumble is a newer platform. So, as with all new platforms, there are growing pains. But for the most part, it is probably the second to YouTube as far as streaming platforms go. And it is free speech. Okay. Fair use. Okay. Our rights there. So, that's really what we were definitely thankful for. And so from there, we also have our GOCC Media on YouTube, the GOCC Media, where we like to stream. It was for a time once a month where we talk about health, but because of so much things happening prophetically, we've not been able to get back to the GOCC Fit. But you also have other content there. On Tuesday nights, you have Elder Aria, and you also have Deacon Hazak on Thursday on GOCC Media. So make sure you subscribe, follow, and support the work there. All right. We have our church website, gatheringofchrist.org. Make sure you favorite that. From there, you can find anything about the Gathering of Christ Church, what we teach, our resources, doctrine, our Hebrew calendar that we follow, the holy days, our GOCC network with services and products for small businesses where you can support the community or join if you would like. We also have the Hebrew and Bible Academy that you can enroll in and find out more about. Or you can simply go to historytimes.org to find out more about the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And we have the next Hebrew and Bible Academy starting on, let me get the date here, February 16th. February 16th. And it is $150 for 3 months. Okay. You get everything from prophetic news, learning the ancient Hebrew, biblical foundation, scholastically level, biblical foundational lessons. You get PDFs, so you get the documents to go with the lessons. We have interviews with all different types of guests coming on. We had Damon Wilson come on from Sanford & Son, who played Lamont Sanford on Sanford & Son. He came on this past academy. So all different things happening in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. So make sure that you join if you would like to enroll and be a part of that. If you'd like to find out more, historytimes.org. Okay. Our church main YouTube channel, A Gathering 144 on YouTube. We also have A Gathering 144 on Rumble now. So make sure that you follow both YouTube and Rumble channels. We also have the backup GOCC NYC on YouTube. Okay. And so I believe that covers the announcements for this evening. So let me get the title once again for our live stream this evening. Our title once again is Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age. Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age. So we're going to deal with that. Before we do, we like to segue from our previous week live stream, our previous live stream that we've done. And so last week we had Project Skybeam, Warfare from the Skies, where we discussed, right, the principalities, the prince of the air, and how we are being waged warfare from the skies, psychological warfare, with the frequencies now that they're able to fully, I mean, this has been going on for some time, but now it's ramped up to where from the skies, we've seen the drones, or what they would tell us are drones, on the East Coast and other parts of the world popping up. People are saying that chemicals are coming from the drones, all different kind of things happening with these drones. We're seeing a biofog, a biochemical fog, coming out of nowhere. As soon as these drones pop up, you're starting to see strange fog. We saw the fires recently in California, which laser weaponry is said to have been used along with other means of fire, of starting fire there in California, coming from the skies, coming from the technology, right? Your satellites and your drone weaponry from the skies, raining down on mankind, all different kind of ways uh, that they are waging this warfare against us. So we're gonna pick up there, um, and I want to get some scriptures here, right? Well, let me do this. We'll get the scriptures after we pick up there from the Project Skybeam, which is also known as Project Bluebeam, right? Synonymously, it is a top secret. It is said to be a top secret CIA NASA program, and it hasn't been declassified, meaning there's no actual proof. However, there are those who have come out and spoken against it, and decades ago, and pretty much everything that they've said that it was about is happened or happening, and if it hasn't happened, it's showing itself that it is looking to happen in the near future. So let me pull up something here. I want to get some pictures because we're talking about these fires that happen in California, right? So I want to pull up some images here for you all so we can discuss, because right, we are being told, let me pull the screen up, you all can see here. We're being told that in a concrete jungle such as California, right? California, LA is not in the middle of a wilderness. It's not in the middle of a forest, even though, of course, there are forests around, but the city itself is a concrete jungle. Okay, so we're being told that a wildfire caused the devastation that you see here in your picture, a wildfire to where the trees don't burn. So maybe you all can help me out here if you're familiar with a wildfire where the trees don't burn, but the homes pretty much evaporate in their footprint. Like there's nothing left but dust here, right, from these so-called fires. And so almost like a scene out of Sodom and Gomorrah, which you would expect what Sodom and Gomorrah would look like. However, Sodom and Gomorrah, there were no trees left. So you would say, okay, when you look at the science, right, a wildfire cannot do this to a house. Okay. A wildfire, it doesn't burn hot enough to melt the components. You're talking about metal, you're talking about brick, you're talking about glass. All right. You're talking about several hundred temperature, right, degrees less through a wildfire, right? Then what would be needed to do this to a house, and not just the houses, right? Here's another example, right? You see the house is pretty much a pile of ash, whereas look, the grass is green, the trees are green, right? Everything around is green, but the homes are just liquefied. This is the science ain't science. And so we're living in a time where the science doesn't make sense. Even in the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah, it wouldn't look like this. These trees would be looking like this house right now. The grass would be looking like this house right now. So this is precision. This is precision. This is precise, right? This is something of precision that's actually hitting these houses that's not hitting everything else. And let me come over here to where you have a car again, on concrete. A car on concrete. The tree is green. Now, they said a wildfire did this to this car. Well, the concrete doesn't burn. Okay. The trees, which should burn, they're the cause of the wildfire. They don't burn. And here you have dirt, so the dirt's not burning. But you have a car here which is pretty much liquefied. If you look here, the tires, the rubber is liquefied, the metal, the aluminum, the glass, right? Here's a better image. So, all right. So, and then the reason why I wanted to come here, because I believe last live stream, somebody was in the chat and said, well, what about the smart meters? The smart meters could do this. And the smart meter technology, yes, it is a part of the weaponry that we're going to discuss tonight that is used and being used in a myriad of different ways against us. Okay. So that is true. However, just a couple points to that. How does a smart meter do this to a car? Smart meter is attached to a house. That's the first thing. A smart meter doesn't do this to a car. Okay. At least not that we're aware of, but we do know of the technology that does do this to a car. And we're going to show that here in a moment. Okay. You also have, okay, a smart meter doesn't do these to houses. A smart meter could start the fire, but a smart meter is not going to liquefy the home into its footprint. Okay. It can start the fire, right? But it's not going to cause this to happen through the burning. You would still see some structure of the house left in a smart meter fire from at least my research. Okay. Smart meter fire is just going to start the fire. But what's going to cause fire to burn this hot, right? There is nothing known to man, at least in the natural sense, right? In nature, a wildfire, we know, okay, any type of natural, because they're telling us this is all natural. Even arsons that would start a fire, okay, could not do this to homes. Because that's another narrative out there. Oh, arsonists are running around starting fires. Well, why are the trees not getting caught up in the fire? Whenever you look at these fires, the fire is happening inside the house a lot of times, and the outside of the house is fine. So why is the inside of the house on fire, but the outside of the house is fine? Well, we're gonna deal with that. Let me pull something up for you all, right? Because this is a lot what we discussed about last live stream. If you haven't seen it, you can go check it out. Just recapping a little bit off of our last live stream. And I want to pull something up. I was having a conversation with my family last week after the Sabbath, and my brother, I had to give him a shout out, Mayaka. He asked me if I'd seen a movie. Okay. He said, "Hey, have you seen this movie?" I said, "What movie?" He said, "It's called Real Genius." I said, "No, I haven't seen it." He said, "You need to check it out." And he was speaking on the heels of last week's broadcast, live stream. And so let me pull this up for you all. You know how we like to talk about movies, their predictive programming. So you have this movie, came out in 1985, called Real Genius. It says here, an uptight teenage prodigy enters a top engineering college but feels awkward among the freewheeling students when a professor aims to turn their laser project into a military weapon. He and his offbeat roommate plot to ruin the plan. Right? So here you have the movie poster here. Right? And you see these would be considered your Martian antennas. You have here a kaleidoscope, or a wheel within a wheel, which we know is what the Bible describes the chariots that ride on clouds that Ezekiel saw that visited him came in. So we're already seeing the alien or the UFO connection here. He has on a shirt that says, "I love toxic waste." Okay. Let me see if I can zoom in on what this says here. I don't know if it's going to let me. It says he can turn lasers into light showers, into light shows, armchairs into aircraft, and high tech into high jinks. But when his professor steals his prize invention, he turns revenge into high comedy. So a big way that they like to disguise the truth is through comedy, through motion picture, and give you the truth. And plus, this is more of like a college student or somebody who's a young, teenager, young adult kind of movie that you would think somebody in that age demographic would actually go and watch. But within that, they drop, and you see the look on his face here. We're going to get there. They drop some stuff in this movie. So let me pull this movie up for you all, and we're gonna get a couple parts out of it. And there's some movies we're going to deal with tonight. But I wanted to show you this, and on the heels of the laser weaponry technology we spoke about last live stream, right? So let's fast forward through the opening and get right to it. Check this out. Okay.
Call me yours. You took advantage of poor little me.
Crossbow, this is Watchdog. Confirm all transmissions on Discriminator.
Roger, Watchdog. Crossbow is on Discriminator, and all systems are go.
Roger, we mark you go for maneuvering sequence.
Watchdog, this is Crossbow. I am established. Confirm we are go for arm.
Affirmative, Crossbow. At this time, select electrics to max, select vents to open, and select systems to onboard.
Roger. Crossbow is arm.
Roger, we now have ground confirmation. Rabbit is in the hole.
Moving target indicator engage. Pathfinder is on. I'm going on the scope.
Roger.
Now check it out. They're in space. And we see a target. What's going on here?
Scanner on. Target locked. Tracking locked.
Roger.
This does it. That's it. Hold it right there.
We see a laser, right, from space.
Target locked. Tracking locked.
Roger.
This does it. That's it. Hold it right there.
See that? A laser flying from space. And what happens? Target locked. And we see in a total evaporation, right? Precise. What could do this to evaporate, right? Laser antimatter weaponry. So precise from space can hit a man in a chair. And look, everything around, the tree, the bushes, the grass, even this man, everything else is kept intact, undamaged, unscathed. Just like what we saw happening, and not only in California, but Lahaina, Maui, right? 1985, Hollywood is showing us this tech Now we're going to show tonight some information more as we confirm this tech and that this is not new tech. There's a reason why they're showing us this in 85. Now it's supposed to be a comedy movie, right? So they're going to give you this in the midst of comedy in this movie. But the first of this movie is pretty serious. Now let's keep going here. He turns around and like, what in the world? The person who he was serving is been vaporized into a ball of smoke. And he's looking up in the sky. See that? Like something came from the sky and did this. Mission success from space. Let's keep going in. Now check out. Now check this out. Check out the think tank of the shadowy agents that are talking about this tech in this scene that follows this up here.
The Crossbow Project. There's no defense.
The Crossbow Project. So we talk about these projects, right? These are names of secret military government operations. Now they call it a Crossbow Project. I don't know if that's a real project or not, but understand that this is what the military calls their inventions and their operations. It says there's no defense like a good offense.
Like a good offense.
Mission accomplished.
Outstanding, Crossbow.
Just like shooting ducks in a barrel.
Just like shooting ducks in a barrel, right? So, hey, that was easy work from space. Can you imagine having that type of technology where you could do that to a person from thousands of miles out in the atmosphere? What if this technology exists that could be the case, that could happen? Let's check this out here.
Working in secret, our scientists are turning an engineering dream into an effective reality.
Now all we have to do is build it.
Our dream. Now check it out. Listen to their dream. What did he say their dream was? Our scientists are turning an engineering dream
Scientists are turning an engineering dream into an effective reality.
Now look at the behind in the dark room. All right, these are your think tanks. These are those who come up, right, with these inventions in this tech and oversee these projects and operations in their dark rooms, right? Who have governmental clearance to get into these these locations that me and you can't even get in the parking lot, right?
Now all we have to do is build it.
Now all we have to do is build it, right? So they're saying that this is an idea that they have. They don't have it built yet, but this is an idea, something that they want to possess. So how are they going to do this? How are they going to get this built?
It's the weapon, isn't it, Dave?
What do you think of Don's little movie, Roy?
I think there weren't enough girls in it. Well, I have a little tape now on alternate weapon uses, plans for the mini shuttle, and modifications on the B-1 for aerial launch.
Does the president or any other responsible agency know about this?
Now check the brothers' posture out here. You have a room full of Caucasian men, and the brothers like, does the government, is anybody, the president, anybody responsible know about this? This seems like you need a high level of responsibility to have such power to do this. Now check this out down here. What do we see? We see a directed energy weapon, a laser coming down and hitting what? A house. Hitting what? A house. You think it's coincidence? We're going to get more. This is just scratching the surface.
We're on a need-to-know basis, George. Besides, the CIA is a...
It's a need-to-know basis, George, besides the CIA. So what we're going to discuss this evening, family, is that when you talk about our reality, there's really only a handful of groups that you need to mention. There's only really a few entities you need to mention, right? Government, and within government, you break it down. Okay, you have the Pentagon, which is military. So you have your military, you have your CIA, NASA, and the United Nations, the UN. Really, it's only those four entities that you really need to mention. And they're going to continue to resurface in every single step of making sense of our reality and what's going on and what has been planned for not only decades, but centuries. Let's keep going here.
Responsible agency.
Well, I think they do need to know.
He said the CIA is a responsible agency. How many of you all believe that the CIA is a responsible agency? Hey, that CIA knows about this. You know, we're safe. You know, they have America's best interests with their central intelligence, right? And so the brother, he seems to be the only person in the room with a conscience. Like, wait a minute, they need to know. Somebody needs to know about this. This should not be taken lightly. This power. Now, let's keep going.
You're going to single-handedly cause a major escalation.
Our studies indicate that this type of weapon is totally useless in warfare.
Well, it's not intended for use in your kind of warfare, Roy. It's a perfect peacetime weapon. That's why it's secret.
So it's both immoral and unethical.
Yes.
So it's both immoral and unethical, and they laugh about it. Like, well, of course it is. That's what we specialize in, is immorality and unethical practices.
When do we get it?
As I understand it, there seems to be a small technical, teeny-weeny little problem with the energy source.
I don't want to hear about any problems, Don. We have plans for your little ray gun this summer. I need a success here.
We have little plans for your ray guns this summer. I wonder what those plans are.
I don't need any delays jeopardizing that success. Am I making myself clear, Don?
Oh, clear as vodka, Dave.
You tell that Dr. Hathaway to get on the stick.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to push a little harder then, huh?
Just as long as we have a working weapon by the end of June. Right, General?
I wouldn't know, Dave. I haven't had a working weapon since Korea.
I'm sorry, Dave. This is too much. I'm gonna have to ask for a reassignment.
I'm sorry to hear that, George.
Now, isn't it interesting? The only one in the room is a brother, and he's pushing back against the grain, right? Jake, Israel. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to bow out of this situation altogether. I'm not for this. I'm gonna need reassignment. We need to be reassigned. Now check out their response to the brothers pushing back against their program.
I urge you to stop.
Sorry you won't be.
The brother has a conscience. Sorry you won't be on the team. Andre, George.
Be on the team. Maybe next time. Too bad. Used to be a good man.
Used to be a good man. Like speaking past tense, like he doesn't exist anymore.
Afraid we're gonna have to liberate George.
Afraid we're going to have to liberate George, right? So when they talk about liberation, you understand what they mean by liberate. And what this reminds me of is the Wisdom of Solomon in the chapter, and when it speaks about he is not for our, what does it say? He is not for our turn. When it talks about Jacob being the former of all things, right? He's against our education, right? He reproveth our ways. Now we're going to see this later in this live stream tonight. The same thing of Jake being the one to really make a stance on the immoral, unethical nature of the plans for our future and the reality. Let's keep going here. I'm going to liberate him. He writes it down in the book. Okay, I'm going to get that taken. I'm going to get George taken care of. Right? At best, he gets re-educated. But more than likely, George ends up having a fatal accident or a heart attack or disappears, right? You know how the story goes.
Liberate? You mean liquidate?
Larry, let's see that film on blinding techniques.
Liberate, you mean liquidate. Liquidate, kind of like this. Liquidated homes. That gives you a whole new definition to liquidation of homes, right? Now, they go into their other operations and programs. Blinding techniques.
We'll all have some lunch, all right?
Now, there's a lot in this movie, but I just want to just show really one more thing, a couple more things, but basically it's dealing with college students. So they're all brought together to bring forth this laser to now, these men want this weapon created. So they use the brightest minds, the youngest, some of the youngest, brightest minds to, create this weapon unknowingly. They don't realize what this project is. Okay, they don't know what it's for. Their job is just to create it.
Just a bit. I don't have any.
Brains?
Well, no, sandwiches.
Well, then what good are you?
What are we supposed to eat?
Listen, are you or are you not from the restaurant?
No, I'm Mitch Taylor. I'm a student. Dr. Hathaway told me to come up here.
Oh. So, you're the new stud, are you?
So that's the project they're working on. They're trying to figure out the energy source to make this tech work. So now let's move forward in the movie. You have they finally figure out how to make it work. Let's see, we can watch that part when they figure out the energy source to make it work.
They have the one sample, and it's going to destroy itself as it lasers. But everything's going to be fine. Isn't it, Mitch?
Yeah.
This is a complete waste of time. Do me a favor, Kent, and put the target in front of the cinder blocks, will you?
Okay, come behind the shield.
Okay, Mr. Taylor. Anytime you're ready.
Okay. Ready? Laser on.
Laser on. And look at this laser burning a hole through everything.
All right.
Okay. Goes through the window. Even goes outside. It's still, the laser still it's gone through a tree outside. So this stuff can burn down trees, but look at its precision. It's precise in what it's hitting. And whatever it hits is on fire and liquidated, evaporated, in flame.
There's a complete hole.
That's pretty.
Whoa, look.
Oh, see the devil in the details, family? So here you have what you would see in any type of representation of what the devil looks like, right? We all know that when you see this, it's the devil. Flames, the red, and the horns with the pitchfork. Purgatory. Home of the famous Limbo Burger with the flame. Right? This is Satan's, and this is the pitchfork or the trident of Poseidon, Neptune, which is a weapon. Okay, so right where Satan's weapon is the laser weapon that went through. It's still going through stuff from the laboratory to show you it's going through everything. And they have the place called Purgatory. Right? You can't make this stuff up, family. They put it right in our faces. Now, they're all celebrating what they've just created, right? Having a good time. We did it. And you have a student who was before them who was working on the same project that couldn't figure it out. And he's about to drop the bomb on them. Okay? He's about to drop the bomb on them about what's really going on with this weapon.
That's why I'm so glad you came out. You want a hamburger?
I've been thinking about your laser solution.
Oh, good.
I figure you've increased the power output to 6 megawatts.
Yeah, about that.
Well, what would you use that for?
Making enormous Swiss cheese?
The applications are unlimited.
No. With the fuel you've come up with, the beam would last for what, 15 seconds? Well, what good is that?
Oh, Laszlo, that doesn't matter. I respect you, but I graduated.
Yeah, let the engineers figure out a use for it. That's not our concern.
Maybe somebody...
He said, what is the use for this thing? And the kid says, let the engineers figure out what it's for. That's not our concern. Our concern was just to make it. Now, he says maybe it already has a use. Now, listen to the bomb he's about to drop on him.
Somebody already has a use for it. One for which it is specifically designed.
You mean Dr. Hathaway had something in mind all along?
Look at the facts. Very high power, portable, limited firing time, unlimited range. All you need is a tracking system and a large...
All you need is a tracking system and a large mirror. Remember in the Simpsons, it showed the sun coming down and hitting a mirror, and it showed the laser directed energy hit the buildings in the Simpsons episode that we showed last live stream, and all the buildings going up in smoke. People becoming liquefied. Animals becoming liquefied in the beam's presence.
Spinning mirror, and you could vaporize a human target.
And you could vaporize a human from where?
From space.
From space. You could vaporize a person from the atmosphere, from the sky, from space.
This is not good.
So now it's hitting them. Like, wait a minute. We didn't think about that. Like, we didn't know that that's what they were going to use this for. Now imagine children, now these are college students, young men and women, having more of a conscience than older adults in this situation. He's in a state of panic, knowing that he's helped create this death weapon. All of them are in a state of terror of what they've done. And now he's trying to stop it. He's trying to get the weapon, but it's gone. See, it says laser light. Now let's keep going here. Let's keep going. Because now they're trying to stop this weapon, and they're trying to figure out how they can stop this weapon. I mean, there's so much in this movie. I wish I could show some more, but may have to come back. So now they're dealing with the military. The military has this weapon. And they're trying to break in and get this weapon and change some things up from what they're looking to do with this weapon. So the military is now looking to use this against a person in the field. Right? Now check out what happens next. They hack the system, and check this out. All right, there goes your aircraft. Firing the weapon up. The laser weapon. Okay. And what do we see right here? A house.
Not going to answer me, then I'm just going to have to go in.
And notice in this scene, this particular actor, he's talking to God, right? It's the parallel how they play on the Most High and him who said he wanted to be like the Most High. It's the parallel here.
So I'm going.
Target locked. In 10, 9, 8.
There it goes, firing up, right? The laser weapon. The exact same thing that when you go and you look on government websites, you see this same, it's the exact same structure of the laser microwave directed energy weapon. It looks exactly like this. It's 1985. And even their current tech looks exactly like this that they have mounted on military craft.
Okay, God, let me have it.
And as soon as he says, okay, God, let me have it, what happens? Here comes the laser from heaven. And what is it hitting? It's hitting a house. It's hitting precisely a house. To where the laser is now coming through a window. This is what they see. They went in and they hacked the machine because this laser was supposed to be intended to kill somebody out in the field. That's what it was designed to do in the movie. So they hacked it and they made it hit the guy's house who tricked them. So now it's tearing up this guy's house, but they also put a huge box, a huge tub of popcorn. And we know microwaves pop popcorn, right?
Popcorn. Oh!
And it hit the house. Why would they have in this movie show that this laser would hit a house? In two scenes. The scene at the very beginning, they showed it hitting a house. And then in the last scene, they show it hitting a house. When they told you that the intentions was for it to hit a specific target, meaning a person, to liquefy people. Right? Because it's designed to do both. It's designed to hit whatever it hits at whatever frequency and intensity it's set to do the result that they're looking for it to do. In this case, what they would call a wildfire, where trees don't burn, but cars on concrete melt in their footprint, liquefy glass on concrete. Even this tree on fire would not do this to this car. And you see how far away this tree is from the road. This is all dirt here. Okay? Wildfire, trees don't burn, but the directed precision of it hitting these homes while missing the trees. They showed it to us, folks, in 1985. Family. They showed it to us in this movie. Right? And not only did they show us, but they told us. Here is a Instagram where you have your authorities coming out Speaking about this fire, what did they tell us in the Instagram about this fire?
Piece of advice to you is let's take care of our mental and physical health first before we embark upon what is going to be a journey to rebuild these communities back and rebuild them better than they were when we started this fire.
To build these communities back when we started this fire. Director, LA County Public Works. We started this fire. Now, who would slip and say such an egregious thing on accident? Understand, family, this is the revelation of the method. Just like we have in this movie, they must tell us what they're going to do before they do it. And they must also show us in these ways. It's part of their oath to be able to do what they do. They cannot do it without your permission. And so this is their way of getting your permission, showing you what they're doing and what they're going to do, and you don't say anything. Then they feel absolved in their acts. All right. This is in the Talmud. This is in the Kabbalah. All of these dark Babylonian Freemasonic, orders and their, within what they oblige themselves to is what it is. Okay. So more on this because we talk about Project Skybeam. We're going to talk about another project tonight, which is almost, you could say the same, almost the exact same thing under a different name as Project Skybeam in Project Stargate. All right. And Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age. Right. Now, fun fact real quick before we pull some other things up here real quick. It's interesting that who out there likes fun facts, right? I just want to share a quick fun fact with you all. Whenever, we made this thumbnail here, the font that you see for the letters on the screen are Stargate font. And so when I was making the thumbnail, I thought to myself, Stargate, I hope something doesn't come up where I would want to use this font for something that would involve Stargate. This was before hearing about the latest news that has come under the inauguration of Donald Trump, where he has now announced Project Stargate. And it's just been that crazy, family, how just these little, these little instances that happen, they just really trip me out like that. And here we are, Project Stargate. So we're going to talk about that tonight. What is Project Stargate? Well, let's pull it up here. We'll pull it up here in just a moment. I want to get some scriptures here real quick because it's important that we lay this down before we go into Project Stargate. So we're going to go to Matthew chapter 4. Okay, we're going to go to Matthew chapter 4. And because we've been talking about this pyramid here, whose eye at the top is said to be the eye of Horus, or Satan's eye. And look here, here goes your kaleidoscope, the exact same scope that we just saw in right here. There it goes, right? Your kaleidoscope, or your wheel within a wheel. Somebody last live stream asked about why does it say I am that I am at the top here? Well, we had already broke that down. Maybe you had missed it, but this is the tetragrammaton in Hebrew, YHWH, which is the name that the Jewish, right, those who are under Freemasonry, you even have some deceived Christians and Israelites calling on this name because they have told people that this translates into I am that I am. But when you go into the Bible and you look up I am that I am in Exodus chapter 3, I'm going to show you all this, that does not translate into I am that I am. When you go into Exodus 3 and 14, and you look at I am that I am, right here, it says I am that I am, right? Exodus 3. So when you go into the Hebrew now, let's go into the Hebrew. Exodus 3:14. So when you get the I am that I am in the Hebrew, it's right here. It's that. All right. That's the I am that I am. So when you look at this here is I am. Look at the letters. As a matter of fact, see if I can make this bigger here. See that? You have the ah, the ha, the ya, and the ha, and of course the ah sound is silent at the end of the name ahaya, ahaya. Okay, so look at this letter, this ah here. That's the first letter of Exodus 3:14 when the Most High says I am. Now, of course, in the English, you can't translate the Most High's name into English. It doesn't compute. Okay, it's just the best, closest translation to I am or to Ahaya in the English. But his name is way deeper than I am. Always existed. Alpha and Omega. Okay, past, present, future. All of that wrapped up is the Most High's name Ahaya and more. He's always existed. Okay, he's not in time or space. He existed before time. So you look at this letter here. This is the ah. This is the ox, right? This is your ox head. And you look here, you have your Y or your Yah. Okay, that Y or Yah you see here, right? You see it there. You don't see it at the beginning here. So this is Yah, Ha, Wah, Ha. Yahweh. A lot of Hebrews call on Yahweh, right? Some call on Yahuwah or Yahweh. That is not I am that I am in Exodus 3 and 14. Okay? This is Satan disguising himself as I am that I am. Okay? He said, I will be like the Most High. So what has Satan done here? Satan has created a system. As you can see, outside this system exists a world. You see a pyramid, you see a building, you see buildings, okay? So Satan did not create the world. We're going to get into that. Reason I want to come here, I want to go to some scriptures. So let's go to Matthew now. Matthew chapter 4. This is important that we look at this before we go into the information tonight, because we're going to come back to this diagram. We've been talking about it a lot. So in Matthew chapter 4, Christ was tempted of Satan. Okay, Christ's temptation. It says, then was Jesus, Yeshua in the Hebrew, led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. Okay, so when you look at verse 8, it says what? And again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain. All right. So here you have Christ on the lowest level, and Satan taking them up to a high mountain, to the very top. Okay. Satan took him to the very top to look down on all of this. And what did Satan tell Christ? And showeth him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and saith unto him, all these things will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. So Satan promised Christ all the power that comes within this system here, this pyramid system that Satan created. See, Satan operates within this system. He doesn't have power over the whole world. He has to create a paradigm or systems, a system of systems of control. And within that, through Adam's fall, he has gained power because mankind, again, Revelation 12 tells us he deceived the whole world. We're born into this system, not understanding looking outside of this system. And through time, this system, it was set up before the flood, right? We're going to talk about that. After the flood with the Tower of Babel, and the Tower of Babel fell. And so now Satan has worked feverishly, right? He has worked fervently to build this system back up, this ancient Babylonian, ancient Atlantean system back up. And so now he's offering this system to Christ. I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them. Right? So how can Satan give Christ this power if he doesn't have the power to give to Christ? It says, and soweth unto him all these things will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. So if you want the power that's within this system, you must worship Satan. And so that's his thing, is to deceive the whole world, to have the whole world under his power, worshiping him, working for him, building this system. And this is just a depiction here. This is just some person who made this, which is very on point. This is just their interpretation of a lot of the systems and the names behind a lot of the different things we see happening in our world throughout the years, throughout the ages. Okay. So it's a good visual representation. So what did Christ tell Satan? Then saith Yeshua unto him, get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. So when you go to Colossians chapter 1, let's come over here to Colossians chapter 1. It says the preeminence of Christ. So let's read this now. What is the preeminence of Christ? Colossians 1:15. Who is the image of the invisible God? The firstborn of every creature. So before anything was born, Christ was born. In the beginning, when the Most High said, let there be light, that light was Christ in the very beginning. Again, a lot of the stuff you'll learn in the academy. For those who aren't in the academy, get in it, right? You get all this broken down and more. I'm just skimming the surface here, okay? The firstborn of every creature. For verse 16, for by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and for him. So imagine Satan offering Christ all of what he's created, his system, right? He's feeling all good about what he's created. When Christ created everything, Christ created Lucifer, who was an archangel in the heavens. Christ created the seraphim, the cherubim, the angels, okay? All the men and the spirits of men that are in the earth. They would work under Satan's angelic powers, his workers. Okay? Christ created all of that. So imagine Satan offering Christ this little pyramid when Christ is like, I created you and all of this outside of you. Okay? The audacity for you to offer this up to me. But this is what Satan offers all of us, is to help build his pyramid. And for a majority of it, we don't realize that we're in this paradigm, this construct that Satan has constructed and are within this system. Working. Right? Building. We're going to deal with that here in a moment. We all have participated in that one way or the other. And to some degree, we're all still in it to some degree. Now, it says here, verse 17, and he is before all things, meaning all things he created, because he's not before the Most High. Okay. But all the things that he created, he's before all of that. Okay. He created everything after him. All right. And the Most High was there before he had Christ as his firstborn. And by him, all things consist. So now let's go to the book of John. I think it's John. Let me pull it up here. Let's go to John 18 and 36 here. It says, Yeshua, Jesus, answered, my kingdom is not of this world. My kingdom is not of this world. What world? This world that Satan has created. Satan has created his own reality in which he rules. Okay. He's created industrial complexes, big banking, insurance, credit cards, big pharma, big tech, big agri, energy, mining, shipping, real estate, consumer goods, smart grid, communication, sports, religion, medical, government, legal, education, media, entertainment, all bread and circus, your military industrial complex. Okay. Your military industrial complex, your intelligence agencies that are mind controlling the masses. More on that here in a moment. Your think tanks. Okay. So again, we were talking about really all what you need to focus on is military, CIA, as far as this world, and the names that always pop up and surface within, you go down the rabbit hole to discover our reality and how did we get to where we are and what's happening, making sense of our reality. CIA, military, NASA, the United Nations, and you can throw in the Vatican. Okay. But the Vatican more so hides behind the scenes and operates, in the shadows to where, they're not really on the forefront like that. But the UN, military, CIA, and NASA. All right. And so let's continue to read the scripture here. My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight that I should not be delivered to the Jews. But now is my kingdom not from hence. So what we should be looking to do, family, is pull our brick out of this kingdom. All right. This paradigm, this construct, as much as we can, because we still have to operate in it. Satan has dominion. As long as this earth exists, somebody's going to rule and have dominion in this earth. Adam had it in the beginning. When Adam fell, it then fell in the hands of Satan by default. When Christ returns, he will then receive the dominion in this earth that he created. And so we want to unplug from this as much as we can, right? Knowing that we're still operating in this society, in this world. But the more we unplug from it, the more we can connect to the heavenly realm, the more we're separated from it, not helping Satan build it, right? And so now the system collapses and falls. So this system is only as successful as people make it that are involve themselves with it, okay, and invest themselves in this system. So instead of trying to climb the corporate ladder, you should be trying to unplug from the corporate ladder, because it goes into oblivion, okay? It goes into a black hole. Unplug from the corporate ladder, unplug from the system, and look to build the kingdom that Christ said, right? Elder Lawyer did a broadcast last Sabbath waiting for the inauguration of the true king. So we voted for Christ, right? We voted for Christ here. We did not vote for this system. But we're going to talk about this system, right? And continue to talk about the history and how this system, the major players that help pave the way for this system's continued development and make sense of our reality and how did we get here. Okay, so brothers and sisters can totally understand our reality so you don't get caught up in the deception of it. So when we talk about Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age, it all is going to be shown and hopefully make perfect and total sense to brothers and sisters what time it is. Okay. What is going on in our reality? What time is it? So now let's start here. Okay. Let me do this. All right. Let's do this here. right. One moment.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Now, let's get ready for the Rumble, family. All right, let us get ready for the Rumble. And just seeing what all I have here, because didn't get a chance to set it up like I like to because Blog Talk wasn't working. So we had the inauguration of Donald Trump. We're going to deal with that more here in a moment, okay? So Trump gets inaugurated, and again, building on our last live stream last Friday night, also the Wednesday broadcast that the elders put out, Satan's Trump card, all of this is going to connect. So hopefully you've been following along as we go through this, as we continue to build on a lot of stuff that we've been bringing out here of late, okay? So as soon as Trump gets in office, inaugurated, he starts to sign executive orders, just like we said. He was said to sign a blizzard of executive orders. So one of the big announcements that Trump announced was a $500 billion Stargate AI project. Okay. A $500 billion Stargate AI project. Country will be prospering like never before. So we're gonna now take a look at what is this project that Trump is saying that he is looking to bring about. We have a video here. The Stargate project, America's $500 billion AI bet.
The United States has embarked on a thrilling new journey. It's called the Stargate Project. This ambitious initiative signifies a major commitment to artificial intelligence.
Imagine a network of cutting-edge data centers. Now picture these centers powered by the most advanced AI systems ever created. That's the Stargate Project in a nutshell.
The scale of this project is immense. With a staggering budget of $500 billion, it dwarfs previous investments in AI. This bold move underscores America's determination to lead the world in this transformative technology.
The implications are far-reaching, promising to reshape industries and redefine the boundaries of human ingenuity.
The president himself has hailed the Stargate project as a game-changer. He emphasized its potential to unlock unprecedented economic growth and technological advancement. This project is not just about building machines, it's about building the future. A future where America remains at the forefront of innovation, shaping the world with the power of AI. At the heart of the Stargate project lies a powerful collaboration. The U.S. government has joined forces with tech giants to make this vision a reality. Each partner brings unique expertise to the table, creating a synergy that promises to propel America to new heights in the field of AI.
OpenAI, renowned for its groundbreaking work in artificial general intelligence, will play a pivotal role. Their expertise in developing advanced algorithms will be instrumental in creating the brains of the Stargate project.
Oracle, a leader in cloud computing and data management, will provide the backbone for this massive AI infrastructure.
NVIDIA, a powerhouse in graphics processing units essential for AI workloads, will supply the raw computing power. Their state-of-the-art GPUs will enable the Stargate project's AI systems to process vast amounts of data at lightning speed.
The combined might of these tech titans, working in unison with the government, ensures that the Stargate project will have the resources and expertise to succeed.
The economic implications of the Stargate project are profound. The project is expected to create over 100,000 new jobs. These are not just any jobs, but high-paying positions in cutting-edge fields. From AI engineers and data scientists to technicians and support staff, the Stargate project will fuel job growth across various sectors. Beyond direct employment, the project will have a ripple effect throughout the economy. The advancements in AI fostered by the Stargate project will create new industries and revolutionize existing ones. This surge in innovation will lead to increased productivity, economic growth, and a more competitive American workforce in the global marketplace. Moreover, the Stargate project will establish the United States as a hub for AI research and development. This will attract the brightest minds from around the globe, further accelerating innovation and cementing America's position as a leader in the AI revolution. The economic benefits of the Stargate project are undeniable, promising a brighter future for generations to come.
The Stargate project is not just an American endeavor.
It said reaching for the stars. Interesting.
It's a giant leap for humanity. The advancements in AI stemming from this project have the potential to address some of the world's most pressing challenges. From healthcare and climate change to education and space exploration, the possibilities are limitless. Imagine AI-powered
space exploration. Right, we're starting to get some sense into what this is all about and what this means, this project.
Systems developing new medical treatments, predicting natural disasters with greater accuracy, or even helping us understand the universe in ways we never thought possible. The Stargate project has the potential to unlock a future where technology empowers us to solve global challenges and create a better world for all humankind. As we venture further into the cosmos, AI will undoubtedly play a crucial role. From autonomous spacecraft to advanced life support systems, the Stargate project will pave the way for a new era of space exploration. Just as the Apollo program inspired a generation to reach for the moon, the Stargate project will inspire us to reach for the stars, guided by the boundless potential of artificial intelligence.
Reach for the stars with the boundless potential of artificial intelligence. Really? All right. Now there's more on that. And first, before we go any further, let's get the definition of Stargate, just so people can understand. Okay, what's a Stargate? Okay, so they're talking about Stargate, so you can understand why they're saying reach for the stars, because you see star in the term Stargate. What do we have here? It says a hypothetical device consisting of a traversable portal, typically a wormhole, that can send one to another location light years away nearly instantaneously. So now we understand why they keep talking about space travel, reaching for the stars. I know Isaiah 14 talks about somebody who would go, let's get it, Isaiah 14. The elder just brought it out just a short while ago. Isaiah 14:12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. Right? Project Stargate, anyone? I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. So what else would we expect from the prince of the power of the air to do exactly that, dealing with the stars and the clouds? Again, going into your Sky Wars and your Star Wars, right? And so we're talking about portals here, wormholes, being able to travel from one point to another instantaneously, which is light years away. All this we're going to discuss tonight. So dealing with Hollywood and their predictive programming, of course, there were movies that came out. You had Stargate, the original 1994 movie. It says an interstellar teleportation device found in Egypt leads to a planet with humans resembling ancient Egyptians who worship the god Ra. So we're seeing a lot of Egypt here lately. We're seeing the pyramid. You're talking about the Eye of Osiris, right? We talked about the Now You See Me with the Guardians of Horus, excuse me, the Eye of Horus and the Guardians of Horus. And of course, here we go again with Egypt and the pyramid with Stargate, the movie, right? A lot of Egyptian worship here. And let me see if I can pull up some images for you all. So here is a movie poster. And so here you have your Stargate or your portal. And coming down to the pyramid. Right. Do we have any more here? Let me see of this particular show. Let's keep going here. Oh, here's another one. Okay. So you have your Stargate, which allows them to travel through a portal to go back in time. So you're dealing with time travel. Because anytime you talk about space, you're talking about time travel. Because you're going from one point to another instantaneously, which would take light years to do. So you're talking about Star Wars, you're talking about warp speed. More on warp speed here later. You see your pyramid, you see your craft, your ancient alien craft shooting lasers, laser weaponry, and you have your military. Okay, so again, you're always going to see your military in the mix. Now, when we go to other Stargates, you had a series, and I have not seen Stargate SG-1. I'm pretty sure 10 years of seasons. I'm pretty sure they're dropping all kind of stuff in this. Anybody out there has any predictive programming gems that they can drop when it comes to this show, that they've seen it and it goes right in line with what we're talking tonight. But you also have, it says, a secret military, right, team, SG-1, is formed to explore other planets through the secretly discovered Stargates. Okay, so you have your, see if I have any SG-1 images here. Okay, I don't think I have any SG-1 images. I have some other images, but not SG-1. But let's keep going here. So you have that Stargate, and you also have another Stargate series called Stargate Atlantis. Stargate Atlantis, 5 years worth of seasons. What does this one say? An international team of scientists and military. Are y'all getting a drift? You see how the military is always involved? We're talking about military weaponry, military interest here. This is to be used as a weapon. Military technology. Personnel discover a Stargate network in the Pegasus galaxy and come face to face with a new powerful enemy, the Wraith. What is a Wraith? A Wraith is a ghost or a specter or a spirit or a demon. So we have military, Stargate, and you're talking about space. So you're talking about your NASA. And then we're talking about demons. All of this stuff connects, family. We're going to go through it bit by bit tonight, right? Just setting the stage. So let me get some images here for your Stargate Atlantis. And yes, we're going to get back to our secret, the secret mysteries of America's beginnings, where we talk about America's origin and how, again, all of what we're seeing happen is a millennia age-old plan. Right. And so the people that are coming in authoritative positions are just helping to progress this plan to the finish line. So what do we see also with the Stargate? We see Atlantis, right? The underwater. And is it interesting that you have, what's his name? Jason Momoa, who plays Aquaman in the DCU, DC Comics movie trilogy. So not only is he in the Atlantean, DC Comics movies as Aquaman, but he also stars in this TV series Stargate Atlantis. And so let's come back here, and I have some more images of the Stargate Atlantis. Here you go. Right, underwater. So we have space. Right, we have Atlantis. So they're telling us so much, but they're doing it in fantasy form. And if you don't understand history, and if you're not able to read the symbology of all this, then you probably aren't going to quite understand what they're showing us here. But that's okay. We're going to deal with a lot of that tonight, and we've dealt with a lot of this in the past, and we'll continue to deal with a lot of this in the future. What else do we have with the Stargate Atlantis? So here is another one where you have the underwater city, Atlantis with the Stargate. All right. Just giving you all some imagery here. And you also have, here's another one from the movie, Stargate, Kurt Russell, movie. Okay. You also have a video game. All right. I don't know much about this game. I just saw. You also have the Stargate Time Keepers video game. Again, you're dealing with space and time. Remember, the Most High is outside of time. So Satan's saying he would be like the Most High. He's trying to get outside of time himself. He's trapped within this construct, within this world. So he's trying to use mankind to help elevate him, to rise him outside of this world into the space realm. But he has to do it through portals, because that's the travel. You travel outside the portals, it's light years. So the angels travel through portals into the heavenly realm to report back to the Most High. It's instantaneous through their travel. Okay. In some instances, it might be further time to travel as well. All right. It's 7 days travel when a person dies, that the angel takes a soul before the throne of the Most High. Okay. To be judged. Each of those days represents 1,000 years. 1,000 years with man is a day unto the Most High. Okay. So they travel in a more efficient manner. So Satan is trying to, relegate it to this realm and bound to the laws of this reality. He's trying to supersede the laws of this reality because he's been cut off from going back into the heavenly realm and traveling like he used to before the throne of the Most High. Okay, so he's running out of time as well. So anytime you're talking about space, you're talking about time, you're talking about time travel, all right? And you're talking about portals or gates. So hopefully y'all are following along with that so far. All right, let me see if there's any more here. So much to discuss tonight. All right, so let's keep going here. So just giving you all, when Trump says, he says Project Stargate, we're just scratching the surface. Understand with this comes AI. What they would call artificial intelligence, which we also had a live stream. Alien intelligence. Why is it called alien intelligence? We're going to get to that. It's alien intelligence. And it's not the alien you're thinking about. Okay. We're going to do with all that tonight. So let's move forward. Let's keep going here. So for the time, we can deal with this. So because of this, what does Trump proclaim? Wall Street Journal. Trump proclaims the golden age of America begins right now. In inaugural address, new president pledges to put America first and end what he described as government's failure to serve the people. Sounds good, doesn't it? But what does this golden age really mean? This golden age of America. What does that really mean? We're going to deal with that. When Trump says golden age, right? What does he really mean when he says golden age? All right, let me just make sure, not forgetting anything here. I'm going to move forward. We are going to move forward. So what do we have here? This is going to kind of round things off before now we start to break down what does all this mean, what's being said, because for some people, they see it and maybe don't quite understand it, or maybe they may see certain things but don't really understand the full scope. So we want to try to go deep into that scope so that you can see that this is not something that we didn't get here overnight, okay? In order for Satan to have the power he has in the system he's created, it's been a lot of work they've done to get us to this point in reality and time we're in right now. And what does that mean from now going forward for what we can expect, right? So we have a video here. Reese report, AI grid and mRNA shots announced on Trump's second day in office. Good cop, bad cop. So what we're seeing mRNA shots as well as far as the AI grid. Let's take a look at this. This is what is it? What does AI have to do with mRNA shots, and why is this something that's being said as soon as Trump gets in office? Right, $500 billion, $500 billion being invested in this. Right, start from the beginning. Here we go.
At his very first press conference, President Trump announced plans for an AI healthcare system that can cure cancer. Artificial intelligence will create a gene sequence from everyone's blood sample and determine what kind of cancer you will die from in the future without their vaccine.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate.
One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer.
And it will only take 48 hours to make your custom vaccine. So the idea of safety trials doesn't even exist anymore.
And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again, using AI in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
We have no questions. Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But these are highly respected guys. I was shocked with Larry because I don't even think Larry does this stuff. You did a very good job for a guy that doesn't do it much, right? But he's so respected, and the group and it's really an honor. But for Larry to be here and do this is very unusual because he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. He does, and you don't need it, do you? Huh? You don't need it. But I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people, that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here, and we're going to make it as easy as it can be.
Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, who is already building 10 data centers in Texas to revolutionize the healthcare industry with 48-hour AI vaccines and to keep the peace through mass surveillance and drones.
During a recent Oracle Q&A, Ellison said AI will soon play a major role in monitoring society through a vast network of interconnected cameras, including security systems, police body cams, and vehicle dash cams.
Everyone would see it. Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Ellison's vision is for AI to analyze data from this network of cameras in real time in an attempt to prevent crime while also tracking and influencing public behavior for a safer society.
We have drones. If there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop, a drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple.
Trump has been advocating for this since 2016.
The biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
Meanwhile, the President of the United States is making billions on his meme coin.
Now, that was Trump in 2016 talking about we will have a proper tracking system, air, land, and sea, which means they're going to be looking to track all the animals too. Everything will be tracked under this system.
Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
Greg Reese reporting.
And Trump even has his own crypto coin now. Billions already made since he has taken office with his Trump coin. And he said, that's peanuts to these guys I'm sitting next to, right? Meaning these guys are billionaires, multi-billionaires also. So we have, what do we have here? We have AI, vaccines, mRNA, drones. So we're talking about healthcare, right? We're talking about healthcare here. And let me pull this up so you all can see this here too. One second. So right before Trump went in office, how many of you all saw this? On the Wall Street Journal, Bill Gates impressed with Trump's interest in global health during 3-hour dinner. So as soon as Trump, right before he goes in office, Microsoft co-founder says he discussed HIV, polio, and global health with President-elect. Speaking about gates, right? Stargates, and now we have the gates of hell. All this is connected, family. And so Trump meets with Bill Gates, the gates of hell, right before inauguration. And then as soon as Trump's inaugurated, he announces Project Stargate, where he has these technocrats, Adelson, right, as long as the Chat GPT guy, and we know he has Elon Musk coming out talking about mRNA AI vaccines that are tailored specifically for each person, that can be created within 48 hours to fight against disease like cancer. This is their solution for disease. They say nothing about herbs, didn't say anything about diet, nothing about exercise. AI, pharmacy, medication, drugs, powered by the AI. And they're talking about make America healthy again. So this is their future. This is America's golden age, under the golden arches, McDonald's, right? We already know, about McDonald's, what they would call food, right? They would call food at McDonald's. So no, as soon as they say make America healthy again, RFK Jr. being kind of given the credit for this, they're eating McDonald's. Very healthy, right? And notice RFK Jr., who was once Democrat, but then switched to Republican to join Trump's party, right? He switched costumes from Democrat to Republican. And notice how he was saying all this stuff about vaccines, the COVID shot. And as soon as he switched over to Trump's team, you haven't heard a pip, you haven't heard a squeak, a peep out of RFK Jr. about any type of vaccines, including the COVID shot. At the same time, speaking of COVID shots, right before Trump gets inaugurated, what did we see? One of the Wizards of Oz, Escape in the Fog. Fauci being given a preemptive pardon. Nothing says trust the science quite like a blanket preemptive pardon. Remember the trust the science guy, that he is the science, right? We've been asking this question. Why does he need a preemptive pardon? Did he commit crimes? Did he do something wrong? More on the fraudster, Fraud Nokio here in a moment. But we talk about these gates, right? Stargates, gates of hell, right? Gates. Where have we also have been hearing about these gates? Well, what about these gates? At the beginning of 2024, Cat Williams had the interview that broke the internet. Only later in 2024 to star on the GQ magazine, where he created his own clothing that looks like wizard apparel. And the GQ headline was Cat Williams, the man who opened the portal. So Cat Williams is opening up portals. We also saw what? Off Israel 365 News, unprecedented Pope to open 5 sacred portals on Christmas in manner described by Talmud, right? Where you had Hanukkah, Christmas, all line up on the same day, which is not normal. And portals said to be opened by the false prophet. The Bible calls him the false prophet himself. Okay. That was December 18th, 2024. And then you had on the 23rd of December, 2 days before the Pope opened up the portals, the 5 portals, popular mechanics, scientists are pretty sure they found a portal to the 5th dimension. It's probably in this weird particle. And now Trump is talking about Stargate. Project Stargate, right? More on that here in a moment. Let's take a look at a video here real quick, and then we're going to go through the history, some history of how did we get here and what's really going on with this tech, the AI, right? The frequency, the machinery. We have a video here. The inventor of the mRNA technology, Dr. Robert Malone, reacts to Project Stargate. I am blown away. So let's see what the inventor of the mRNA tech is blown away about when it comes to Project Stargate.
And as soon as I saw this and I saw the Ellison clip, I knew I was going to have to write something, because otherwise I was just going to get hounded to death for commentary. And in fact, that's happening. So what do we have here? This is the logic of what Mr. Ellison is promoting here is grossly naive. It's a concept that is well over 30 years old, and it's been repeatedly discredited. One of the things that makes this idea of a universal cancer vaccine so problematic is kind of a good news story. Human beings are outbred really diverse, unlike inbred mice. And that means that in particular, our immune systems are genetically very diverse. We have these special molecules, the abbreviation is MHC. We don't need to go into the nuance, but we have a whole cluster of molecules that are highly variable between humans that control how our immune system responds to threats and antigens. And cancer is absolutely a failure of immune response to suppress the ongoing development of tumors in our bodies that happens all the time. And in most cases, our immune system is able to take care of it. But sometimes it evolves in ways that allows it to escape immune surveillance in a given person. Some of those pathways are universal. They happen again and again. Others are different, unique. But each person has a fairly unique immune system and immune response, which is a real problem if you're talking about developing a universal vaccine for all humans and doing so computationally. Now, is this idea of using computers to generate vaccine candidates new? No, it's been around for at least 30 years. I've had multiple clients that focused on this kind of technology, and they've made some progress. But it's really hard to develop even a single cancer vaccine, let alone a universal vaccine, which is what Mr. Ellison is talking about. Frankly, when I listened to this, my response was, this is so naive, it wouldn't make it past the first 5 minutes of diligence at any of the venture capital firms that I've ever presented to.
So check it out, family. 2020, they introduced the COVID shots. And then no sooner than people started taking the COVID shots, you started to hear about turbo cancers, alarming rate of people out of nowhere getting accelerated cancers, turbo, right? Again, warp speed, cancers, accelerated their lifespan, their life expectancy diminishing, and death through cancer. No sooner than that, now here they come with the solution of AI mRNA vaccines to now deal with the cancer. But even that is not the case, as this inventor of the mRNA tech is explaining here in this video.
But here it is. And it has the advantages of combining these cool terminology and technologies, artificial intelligence, mRNA, and of course, since the Biden administration failed with its cancer moonshot, this is an opportunity for President Trump to do the prior administration, Joe Biden, one better. And as if that isn't enough, it's got this other cool name that relates to the UAP, Stargate. Another science fiction TV series has been tapped to give the name for this new health initiative. From my standpoint, the way that cancer gets dealt with, major risk factors for cancer have to do with lifestyle things, diet, a lot of other factors that are easily controlled and ought to be up to individuals I'm of the opinion that it's not the proper government role to pick winners and losers. It's not the proper government role to try to bankroll and participate actively as a partner. An initiative for development of a technology platform and capabilities for a market that's enormous. The cancer market is a multi-trillion-dollar global market. It doesn't need government incentives, unlike biodefense. So there's plenty of reason for these folks to try to do their best, and I hope they succeed. Who doesn't want a universal cancer vaccine? Who wouldn't want to have this miracle that Larry Ellison is predicting? It would be fantastic. I would be the first to applaud. However, having been in this space for my entire career and knowing what the setbacks and challenges are, let's gently say I wish them luck. This is not a place for federal investment. And I just am blown away how Susie Wiles let this one slip through on day 2 of the presidency. Just escapes me.
So the inventor of the mRNA tech said this is not what the government should be doing. They should be not investing money in AI mRNA vaccines. This is ridiculous. He's blown away that this is the move. This is the direction that all this is going, being announced on day 1. So what we're seeing is a soft launch of Operation Warp Speed. And we talk about warp speed. We're talking about instantaneously traveling. In Star Wars, it's called light speed. You have warp speed, traveling at the speed of light. Stargate, right? So Stargate just means warp speed. So this is Warp Speed 2.0. That they're about to that they have now launched and about to accelerate in America here. As if it wasn't bad enough already, right? Now it's gone from Warp Speed to Stargate. And what's coming through the portal? More on that in a moment.
And that's what Elon Musk is saying. I mean, you're saying this is corporatism, public-private partnerships, and involves the USG picking winners and losers, again, without really understanding the tech landscape. This is not the proper role of government. Plus, does Trump understand, as you said, Chief of Staff certainly does, how unpopular mRNA is after the giant disaster?
No, he doesn't. Actually, that I know. Okay, he is all dug in that Operation Warp Speed was a huge success and that the genetic vaccines worked. And that they're a major success story for him. And I've talked to, I'm sure you have also, many, many people who have been in the prior administration and are in contact with him routinely. And they all say that this is not something that's negotiable. He is dug in on this position. And that's just the way it is.
It's not good. What do we do?
I don't know the answer. Sorry, I had to tell that telephone call to go away.
No, I understand. I mean, this is the central issue because, look, you know, Trump on a lot of fronts is doing great things. He's a reformer, yeah, but absolutely. on this, he wants to be a hero, and these guys come lie to him, and his optimism's great, but he has major blind spots.
I completely agree, and I was hoping that he had.
See that? Operation Warp Speed. Here we go. Now, this was back in 2020, but it's about to be 2.0 with AI at the forefront, leading the charge. Right, with the further development of the mRNA and this tech. Okay.
He had learned lessons during his prior administration having to do with jumping out ahead.
See the military? You're gonna see the military all throughout this live stream. Military, military, military.
Jumping out ahead of some of these healthcare technologies and being a little susceptible to being pitched. And he shows the hallmarks of what I would consider as a former government contract manager and capture manager, basically business development. He's a naive customer. And he has great needs and wants, and they are valid. Who doesn't want to cure cancer? It's a noble quest. It absolutely shows his good heart and his good intentions, but you got to watch it with tech. It's so easy to get pitched things that make no sense, that are way out ahead of the current state of the technology. And unfortunately, these tech giants like
Bill Gates talking about his meeting with Trump. Now, you know, if he shows up to the presidential office, okay, it's already bad news, right? It's already bad news when you see him show up. Wherever he shows up, death follows, hell follows. And he was blown away at Donald Trump's vision for health, right? So you got to understand, when has anything Bill Gates pushed be anything natural, anything that's not man-made, anything that's of God? Okay, nothing. So we know this conversation didn't involve anything natural. And again, days later, we have Project Stargate, AI, mRNA, vaccines, $500 billion launched towards AI. Because Trump's saying that Biden put handicaps on America when it comes to AI, and now China and Russia and all these countries are surpassing America when it comes to AI. We need to put all of our chips in on the table for AI and this huge push for AI. And this is going to lead America into the golden age. I'm going to break that down tonight, what this means. It sounds good as far as in name. Okay, but when you look at the behind the scenes, and you uncover and do the investigative journalism that we all should be doing, research on these things, it's just speeding things up quicker to what we already knew, to the end times. That's all this is.
Mr. Gates notoriously here, we're looking at in this clip. These tech bros think that because they have been so successful in the digital technology space and made so much money, that gives them kind of a blanket genius label, and they can wade into all kinds of other technologies with their opinions. And that's not the case. Cancer immunology is incredibly complex, and we're a long ways from understanding it. If they want to apply AI, bless their hearts, they ought to apply it to better understanding the immunology of cancer, if that's what they want to do. But this kind of really kind of dumb, outdated approach, we're just going to grab the cells. Yeah, that's been known for years, circulating tumor cells. We're going to grab those. Well, that's a problem. That's actually not so easy to do by flow cytometry even. But we're going to grab them and we're going to sequence them. And then within 48 hours, we're going to apply a magic AI that's going to generate a cancer vaccine candidate, and then we can make that as an RNA. That is just either a egregiously pitched lie, or somebody is advising Larry Ellison that doesn't know what the heck.
Well, this sounds like Elizabeth Holmes 2.0.
It has that same flavor of somebody pitching influential high net worth individuals with a concept that is really smoke and mirrors. That's what I see. And I wish it wasn't so. I'm absolutely in favor of innovation and technology. My God, it's like my brand, okay? But spending big money, big federal money on a program like this and highlighting it on the second day of your presidency, that just kind of doesn't compute. I don't get it.
Well, Doctor, let me ask you this question. We'll go to break. You'll have the floor to get deeper into all this. Inventor of mRNA, very gracious to be here. But going back here, why did they roll out mRNA with all of its promise with the spike protein and could even predict in the FDA it was going to do what it did on purpose, and then cover it up, and it hasn't been successful in the cover up? I mean, what was the point of them doing that? It seemed like somebody actually wanted to depopulate a bunch of people, crash the economy, and then also discredit mRNA. And it's even in the SPARS document that they predicted this would come out and would be a big discrediting event.
And as if that isn't enough, that it would eventually blow back on the entire public health and vaccine enterprise. So it's hard not to go down the conspiracy pathway and speculate that there was some nefarious intent. It's either nefarious intent, it's incompetence, it's some mixture of both. It's hard to say, and I can't read minds. But there's no question that the deployment, maybe it was just, exuberant enthusiasm. They were true believers and they thought that this was going to cure the world. And they actually thought that SARS-CoV-2 was a highly lethal pathogen that was going to kill 3 out of every 100 people. All that turns out to be false. But, maybe they were just caught up in the moment, or maybe they were so afraid they were guilty of having enabled this that they frantically were casting around for something that would allow them to mitigate the risk. Or maybe this was just the camel's nose in order to get everybody to accept genetic modification. I mean, we can go on and on and on.
Well, Fauci, 2 years before they did all that, it said we were going to have a new virus, as you know, on C-SPAN out of China that'll let us blow up the old FDA system. So, I mean, they definitely said that.
Yeah, no, I think there's probably a lot of agendas going on here. And we probably will never get to the bottom of it, but Alex Jones has done a pretty good job of laying out the case for many of them.
All right, so again, let me find it again. Make America Healthy Again is this is all one big PSYOP, family. All right, a psychological operation, and going into America's golden age is what it looks like. All right, is what it looks like. They just need to put some people up that you can trust to get all behind this push for $500 billion of AI, mRNA, vaccines, and mark of the beast tech, and food and medicine. All right. That is where we are at. And so I want to deal with this now, starting from historically, going back now. We're gonna go throughout a timeline of how did we get here and the players that were involved to get us to this place. And also shining a light on some of this tech that they're using, right? That they're using and gonna use for our future in this golden age that they're calling for in America. So remember when I said there's one of the main groups that you have to look at in all of this is NASA, and we've shown this document many times. Always come to this almost every live stream because it's so much in this that's fitting our reality. This is a 2001 NASA document, right? And so here's the thing, family. Those of you all who have seen, our live streams throughout, recent, or even going all the way back to the beginning, that, we have our opinion, but we like to let the information speak for itself. So therefore, a person can't look at it as what we're bringing forth is our opinion, right? So what we do is we like to get all the receipts. I mean, there's so many receipts, right, on this we're going to show tonight, and we have shown, so that therefore, if anybody has an issue with what we're showing to be the agenda in operation, then you have to take it up with those who actually created the information, who actually wrote all this and laid all this out decades and centuries ago. So we lay out all the receipts, all the dots, so that you can easily connect them. And then therefore, we take our opinion out of it. It's got nothing to do with our opinion. All we're doing is showing you, right, what they've said they were going to do, what they've shown us. And then take a look at our reality, and let's look at the past and present and see, does it line up with what our reality is right now? Okay, looking out toward the future, does it look like something that could come to pass in our short and long-term futures? So here we have a 2001 document. And again, we had to go back into the past. Okay. We like to spend a lot of time in history going back into the past, looking at this information. These documents is a 2001 NASA document that spoke about the year 2025. We're going to come back to this, but one thing I wanted to show here on page 2, the bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025 AD. Now, with that being said, going back in some time, because now we're dealing with the history of this and showing how this has been laid out in the many different ways that it needed to be laid out. And also so you can totally understand what all this means. Not just, okay, $500 billion AI launch infrastructure, pharmacy. Like, what does all this really mean? So we have The Ugly Truth of Lucis Trust with Alice A. Bailey. Right? We're going to speak about what she said about 2025. Speaking of 2025, we want to speak about what she said about 2025 in her externalization of the hierarchy. Now, before we go there, going back even further in time, we had Madame Blavatsky, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Russian occultist and esoteric philosopher who came up with the Theosophical Society. Okay, here is the logo. Okay, the what you would call Jewish star. It's got nothing to do with the Bible. This is the Star of Remphan. One of the highest symbols, if not the highest symbol in the occult, is the six-pointed star. She's Ukrainian. Okay, so she is Jewish, and the Bible calls her Amalek. She is a granddaughter of Esau under Amalek. Amalek was a grandson of Edom or Esau. Okay, so she is a witch. And let's get her time of birth. So we can get a time of year when this was. Okay, Helena Blavatsky, Jewish witch, born 1831 to 1891. So she was running parallel to Albert Pike. All right. She was running, so you can get an idea, she would have been the female version of Albert Pike, and who you could probably say was the one of the founding originators of the New Age movement. So the New Age movement we see today, with religion being, the Bible and all of these things being replaced now with spiritualism. Okay, reasoning of man over God, and removing the traditional values and the traditional culture of society and replacing them with new traditions, feminism, right? On and on and on. You can accredit it to Helena Blavatsky. Okay. Now, she was the teacher, and then this is in the mid to late 1800s. So we're getting in time. This is where we're starting in this. Right. Followed up, you have her student, Alice A. Bailey, right? Who formed the organization called Lucifer's Trust, which was later changed the name to Lucis Trust because of the pushback. At the time, in the 1920s, right? Alice A. Bailey could not get away with a name like Lucifer's Trust. In today's time, you could get away with it, but not back then. So she was born 1880 and died 1949. Okay. So she came along, student of Helena Blavatsky in her teachings, New Age. So she continued the New Age spiritualism and the New Age culture push. What did she say about her externalization of the hierarchy? Let's get it. And she spoke about the year 2025. She said, today, human beings as a whole are so loudly invocative that the entire trend of the life of the hierarchy and its plans to date have been subjected to change, to postponement as far as certain interior and purely hierarchical determinations are concerned, and to a hastening of certain plans which were slated. If I may use such a word, to take place several centuries later than this, but which, owing to the unexpected preparedness of humanity, can take place, not prematurely really, but securely in the fullness of time. This fullness of time as regards the particular planning with which we are dealing is from now until the year 2025 AD. A brief period of time, indeed, in which to see the consummation of the larger purpose of the planetary logos working through the three major centers within his body of manifestation. This purpose was threefold in nature. I have made this practical application and this immediate illustration of teaching Annette glamour, illusion, and Maya because the whole world problem has reached a crisis today and because its clarification will be the outstanding theme of all progress, educational, religious, economic, until 2025 AD. So they're going to break this down here in a moment. But she said that this movement, this New Age movement that is proceeding and tremendously increasing, that was taking place at her time, that she was leading, the torch was passed, the baton was passed from her teacher, Helena Blavatsky, to her. She said this will go on until 2025 AD. During the years intervening between now and then, very great changes will be seen taking place, and at the great General Assembly of the hierarchy held as usual every century in 2025, the date in all probability will be set for the first stage of the externalization of the hierarchy. Okay, so at 2025 will begin the first stage. What would then precede? What would precede this first stage of the externalization of the hierarchy? It says the present cycle from now until that date is called technically the stage of the forerunner. So we want to examine that period of time leading up to now, the stage of the forerunner, and those forerunners, okay, like your Helena Blavatsky, like your Alice A. Bailey. We're going to get those who played a part in this stage of the forerunner. It laid a foundation of where we are now and where we're going, where this is headed. So it says here, the hierarchy are the spiritual master entities that run the world from behind the scenes. Okay. The externalization of the hierarchy are the spiritual entities that run the world from behind the scenes. They're not men. They are spirits. So when you look under Satan here in this pyramid, you have the fallen angels. It says principalities here. Okay. The fallen angels. Okay. You have your demons that came from the fallen angels, giants that they created. So you're interdimensional beings who they call aliens. We're going to deal with that here in a little bit. Extra dimensional entities, demons or ghosts, or like we saw in the Stargate series. I can't remember which series that was. The Wraith. Okay. The Wraith or the Specters. These are those who are ruling behind the scenes. And they said that 2025 will be the beginning of them, of the first stage of them fully revealing these entities to the world, that you've been worshiping these beings, these entities the whole time. We've been preparing you to accept them throughout the years. We've been breaking down your culture. We've been breaking down your immorality through school, through religion, through government, through media, through entertainment. Slowly by slowly, you look at our society and how it's corroded away in all types of debauchery, right? Perverseness, wickedness, unrighteousness, no shame. This was all part of their plan to bring us to this place now where the whole world has been demoralized to now be able to fully accept these evil spirits as their gods. And people are already there, right? You look at it. They're already there, ready to accept this, ready to accept Satan as their God. Okay? And so we want to start here, okay, during this time period to examine these individuals during this time as they laid the groundwork to lead us up into the new age where we are right now. Because that's where we are. We're going, hey, the golden age of America, Babylon's golden age. All right. This is where we are, okay? Now, there is a documentary I want to deal with called The Illuminati Volume 2. We've shown some of this before. And before we go there, because during this time we're speaking about some of these players that were at work during this stage of the Forerunner. Okay, so during the times of Alice A. Bailey, you had primarily Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, right, working with NASA. Okay, Jack Parsons working with NASA, and what is NASA? A NASA rocket scientist, jet propulsionist, have to do with Aleister Crowley? He was a student to Aleister Crowley, the same way Alice A. Bailey was a student to Helena Blavatsky, but Helena Blavatsky was actually Aleister Crowley's teacher. So you would look at Aleister Crowley and Alice A. Bailey as Helena Blavatsky's students. Okay, and then Jack Parsons is Aleister Crowley's student here. So we want to go to this documentary, The Illuminati Volume 2, and there's some things in here about Aleister Crowley we want to deal with. All right, so you can see some of this groundwork that's being laid to bring America and the world into this new age. All right, bear with me here. I'm just scanning through. Just picking out some key points here within this documentary. There's a lot in this documentary. I think this is it right here. Okay, here we go. Now,
traced back to the original texts of the ancient Kabbalah, studied as one Kabbalistically based tradition amongst modern physicists and astronomers. How could such complex information be contained in axes? And the sacred books of the Kabbalah are just a few thousand words long, but they contain complex descriptions of a spherical Earth.
Hold on. Let me go back to that. What did we just see here on this book? It talked about the ancient Kabbalah.
It's long, but they contain complex descriptions of a spherical.
What do we see here? Your YHWH on your Kabbalah. Okay, this is what these are the Hebrew letters at the top of this pyramid here. Satan disguising himself as God, the I am that I am. YHWH, and you see it here on the Kabbalah because this is the name that the Jewish call on, the highest name that they'll call on for their power, the Tetragrammaton. Okay, so Kabbalah, Talmud is there.
Spherical Earth, parallel universes, and the atomic nature of matter.
Parallel universes and the atomic nature of matter.
Ideas which have become common doctrine.
And there goes your kaleidoscope, right? There goes your kaleidoscope. It's also a six-pointed star. So we know this is dealing with something spiritual here. All right, dealing with something spiritual.
Ideas which have become common doctrine amongst modern physicists and astronomers. How could such complex information be contained in a group of ancient texts barely larger than an average magazine? The answer is that the Kabbalah is written in code. Codes are used to conceal multi-layered complex information which would later be studied by medieval alchemists. Sir Isaac Newton and many leading scientists studied the rich occult sciences within the Kabbalah. There was a time when mysticism, religion, alchemy, astronomy, and astrology were studied as one Kabbalistically based tradition. Jewish physicist Albert Einstein conveyed pages and pages of complex calculations in a simple 5-symbol code. E equals mc squared. Modern-day quantum physics, chaos theory, and the notion of parallel universes can all be traced back to the original texts of the ancient Kabbalah. The higher secrets of the Kabbalah included instructions on how to kill a person with just one look. This is called the evil eye. The magical name for the evil eye is En-ha-Ra. In a wax cylinder recording made in 1921, we can hear British black magician and part-time espionage agent Aleister Crowley invoking the fallen demon angel Raziel and En-Ra-Ha, the evil eye.
All right, so it goes into Aleister Crowley, right, invoking through his chanting, all right, an enchantress, a wizard. Let's fast forward here. There's more. And you all can watch this documentary on your own time. Okay. But I just some points I want to bring out here. So we see Aleister Crowley. They are introducing him during this time and what he was doing to help do his part to lay the golden age of America that they're telling us that we're going into now.
Evil eye were put down on paper. the Kabbalistic writings of Isaac the Blind fell into the hands of a group of 9 French noblemen. These noblemen became known as the Knights Templar. The word cabal, meaning a group who conspire together, comes from the word Kabbalah. One such cabal, who were to later inspire a whole armada of black magic cults and Freemasonry, were the so-called Knights Templar. They laughingly called themselves the Poor Knights of Christ, but these men were far from poor. They deliberately styled themselves as monks so that they could go about their Luciferian Kabbalistic studies and conduct business without being taxed nor arouse suspicion from the Vatican. The Kabbalistic higher secrets of ritual sodomy, the evil eye, chanting incantations, necromancy, blood sacrifice, and invoking the fallen angels in service to Lucifer fascinated the French Knights Templar. They realized that the Kabbalah originated in Palestine, and once they had realized that the Kabbalah was the key to untold spiritual magical power, they cunningly planned a bloody crusade to Palestine in order to search for more Kabbalistic and magical artifacts. They eventually discovered and looted the Temple of Solomon. Solomon was a biblical magician.
So Solomon started to go off, right, with the 6-pointed star. It talks about the star of Remphan, right, when he started to deal with the women, all those wives. They turned them over to their gods, right? And so it's talking about the Knights Templar there. We can move forward, going into the next part where it's dealing with Aleister Crowley here. Here we go.
A satanic tradition which is still practiced to this day at the seance, invoking the spirit of Lucifer to speak through the head. The most damning information exposed them as anti-Christs. Several Knights Templar confessed that the image of Jesus was spat upon and trampled during Kabbalistic rituals. A satanic tradition which is still practiced to this day at lodges of the Ordo Templi Orientis, which was once headed by Aleister Crowley. Many Knights Templar bribed their way out of prison and escaped to Scotland and the Mediterranean island of Malta. They first renamed themselves the Sovereign Knights of Malta, and then, after establishing trade routes to North America long before Christopher Columbus, they re-emerged in Scotland, calling themselves Freemasons. All versions of Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, the Skull and Bones, the Palladian Rite of Freemasonry, Co-Masonry, Scottish Rite Masonry, the Ku Klux Klan, and Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis are derived from the original Kabbalistic rituals of the Knights Templar. The Kabbalistic banishing ritual of the pentagram.
So it's even going back further than Aleister Crowley, where he, him and even his teachers got their works from, right? So we've been speaking about this in recent live streams, America's Secret Beginnings, and how America was founded. All right, America to be that vehicle that would be used to bring the world into the New World Order, this golden age that now Trump is talking about.
Was in part performed by Queen Elizabeth II during her coronation ceremony in 1952. The ritual was based on the lesser banishing of the pentagram ritual designed by Aleister Crowley for the Golden Dawn secret society.
So Aleister Crowley's hand with Queen Elizabeth and the ceremonies and rituals with her being inaugurated as Queen of England. See, all of what we see when these presidents are sworn in, these kings, these queens, these prime ministers, is all Freemasonic rituals, satanic rituals. They're being ceremonially initiated into a position, into a seat. Okay.
There comes now yet another ancient ceremony. The great officers of state and the bishops and the nobles who have borne the swords, the scepters, and other regalia move to the steps of the throne, which stands upon its dais.
So now let's move forward to Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons.
During the 1930s and 1940s, the OTO Lodge in California was headed by a brilliant young rocket designer called Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons developed patented rocket technology, which is still in use by NASA to this day. NASA named a crater on the dark side of the moon in honor of Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons worked during the day to develop rocket propulsion systems, which...
This is your Elon Musk of his time. During the day, he was said to be a rocket designer. But let's see what he does at night.
...would serve NASA's space program, which was controlled by ex-Nazi SS officers such as Werner von Braun, who had been...
And there goes Werner von Braun. He was the one that told Dr. Carol Rosen on his deathbed that she would stop the weaponization of space. And that the last final card that NASA and the government were looking to play on the people to fulfill their New World Order completion of control was the fake alien invasion card.
Brought to the USA by the CIA's Project Paperclip.
And he was brought to America under Project or Operation Paperclip. Right? All the Nazi scientists that were still around during the times after World War II were brought to the Americas to now work on the new tech of that time. Okay? Your NASA and your military space age technology, they will be brought over to now further, Satan's progression towards his goals when it comes to all that. Okay? So you have to mention him as well, along with Jack Parsons.
At night, Jack Parsons would hold sex magic rituals in his house in Pasadena and initiate fellow scientists at the Los Alamos Atomic Bomb Laboratory.
And so these scientists here were known as the four horsemen of the apocalypse with the tech they were working on. These four guys here, again, they go those four horsemen again. So you see, throughout these different timelines where people are taking on different names, taking on the beast, taking on the Antichrist, taking on the four horsemen, because all these people were helping to bring forth the apocalypse under Satan, bring forth Satan's agenda in this earth, right, of destruction and bringing mankind under full captivity to Satan.
Jack Parsons was fully aware of what his rocket designs would eventually be used for. Not far from Jack Parsons' rocket lab in Pasadena, Robert Oppenheimer was building the world's first atom bomb.
At the same time that Jack Parsons was operating, within the same neck of the woods, you had Robert Oppenheimer, Jewish scientist, Amalek, okay, created the first atom bomb. So I know Albert Einstein, another Jewish Amalekite, gets credited for the first atom bomb. But really, when you look at they had a movie that just released, what was it, last year or 2023, Oppenheimer, where it went into the story of him and how he was the father of the atom bomb and was the one that was the originator of this radioactive destructive weapon, right? That would wipe out a whole city, and then the fallout would be what caused the real damage and death on the people, because it's killing people way after the explosion. Decades after the explosion, people still dying from the radiation of the bomb. Who would create and think of such a thing? Where were they getting their ideas and this technology from? I'm going to go into it.
Which would be exploded at Los Alamos, near a place called the Road of Death, which lies on the 33rd degree parallel. Once installed as the head of the OTO's American operation, Jack Parsons conducted a giant satanic ritual, aided by a fellow OTO member with the codename Freighter H.
So he's supposed to be a rocket engineer, but yet he's doing satanic rituals, like deep, like some of the highest level rituals, right, known to man at the time.
In 1948,
like, what does that have to do with space? Well, we're going to show you the connection between the rituals that they do and space, how it's connected. 1948, fellow bonesman.
Same year that George Bush Sr. was baptized as Magog.
So George Bush Sr. was made Magog. All right, Skull and Bonesman for 55 years. He was deemed and baptized as Magog. All right, at the same time Jack Parsons is doing this ritual, the same year. This is so you can see the timeline, all of what these, Satan's sons were bringing forth with all of the rituals, all the ceremonies.
Jack Parsons undertook one of the most dark rituals known to Kabbalists, the Babylon working.
The Babylon working. So we discussed this with Aleister Crowley. The ritual he did where he heralded himself as the beast, and he would bring in the age of Horus, the Aeon of Horus, the age of Aquarius, right?
This ritual requires the initiate to visualize the Kabbalistic tree of life, with its 10 spheres and 22 connecting pathways. Between the top 3 spheres and the lower 7 spheres, there is the so-called abyss, the place where one's personality, possibly even one's sanity, is potentially destroyed.
The sunken place. So all of this is what's going on within Freemasonry too, these rituals, these ceremonies. And see, by tapping into these rituals and ceremonies is where these dark men get their powers from the powers of darkness. These spiritual entities are tapping into these spiritual entities through these rituals and ceremonies to get their power, to get their guidance.
If the initiate successfully spans the abyss with personality intact, then he becomes a black brother of the Kabbalah, a black magician of the so-called left-hand path. In the tradition of Judaic mysticism, these black magicians are utter evil and are in themselves pestilence. This giant Babylon working ritual saw Parsons, aided by his magical protege, Freighter H, project their astral bodies into the dark abyss of Lucifer. 1948 saw George Bush Sr. baptized in the name of Magog, the spirit who would lead the army of demons against Christ at the apocalypse of Armageddon. That same year, Jack Parsons baptized himself as Belerion Armilas al-Dajjal, the Antichrist.
And so he was looking to become the Antichrist, but there are many. Okay, so he was just becoming the next of many Antichrists that were against the Most High and his Son. Satan's children.
Parsons took on the ancient Judaic teaching that Christ and his church were the enemy of civilization and that they had to be destroyed.
See that? This was their oath. Christ was the enemy. Now, of course, we know this wasn't Christ, right? But we know that this is supposed to be a representation of Christ. But he made, it was his mission that he was enemy of Christ and that Christ was enemy against him and against society. And so he worked day and night in doing all he could to destroy Christ and everything to deal with Christ. That's what all these enemies are of Christ through the New Age movement.
And that they had to be destroyed. On a 40-day pilgrimage in the Mojave Desert, the place where Area 51 now resides, Parsons summoned forth Babylon, the Scarlet Woman, the whore of the apocalypse, the consort of the great beast, Satan 666.
So while they're doing all of this, people in America are just going about their daily lives, right? Trying to make a living, out having fun, not understanding portals are being opened, rituals are happening, children are being sacrificed, demons are coming through portals, and they're ushering this in to help guide America to its final destination and allow America to poison the whole world with this golden cup of fornication.
Beast, Satan 666. According to the mysterious Freighter H, during the ritual he saw Parsons rip a hole in space-time, and something evil flew in.
He saw Parsons open a hole, tear a hole in space-time, and something flew through. All right. So now we're starting to talk about these portals or these gates, stargates, portals into hell, right? Releasing the fallen angels and the demons out of hell.
So who was the mysterious Freighter H? None other than the author and inventor of the new cult religion of Scientology, Mr. L. Ron Hubbard.
So L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, was the one working with Jack Parsons during these rituals. So he was a student, okay, an underling being taught. And so you see all of these are being taught and passed down and working together with these rituals. All right. Communicating with Satan and the spirits he's over.
Initiate of Aleister Crowley's OTO, Hubbard wrote a so-called sacred text called...
Now check this out. You see all of your different actors and actresses that went under Scientology. And who do we see here at the very end? Tom Cruise, right? Remember that. We're going to be dealing with Tom Cruise here in a moment. But yes, Tom Cruise is part of the Church of Scientology, where science is the religion. Science is God.
Dianetics, which now has an inspired following of evangelical millionaires in Hollywood, just as the Kabbalah training schools are now brim full of people who had their interest in these Judaic magical techniques inspired by Britney Spears and Madonna.
Okay, I think that's pretty much it there. All right, so now back to Aleister Crowley. All right, back to Aleister Crowley, because during this time we've discussed it. Aleister Crowley, during his rituals and the works and writings that came to him, he was said to be visited and given instruction by this entity he called Aiwass, or Lamb. And so now we want to deal with that. And we're going to start to draw the connection between, start drawing these connections now. This video is called Lamb, the Magic Alien Demon.
Crowley published the Book of the Law in the year 1904, claiming it to be a transcript of the message that was channeled through him from this spirit Aiwass. And over a decade later, in 1918, Crowley managed to summon another demon, another interdimensional being. He was engaging in a series of rituals called the Amalantra workings. Much like the Babylon working, the purpose of this endeavor was to create a portal to the spiritual world. And apparently he was successful because this strange creature was said to have manifested in front of him. This picture that you're looking at was not taken from the show X-Files. This is a portrait of the supposedly real-life entity that was drawn by Crowley himself. He maintained that this was an accurate portrait of the being as it stood before him. And this entity either called itself Lamb or it was named Lamb by Crowley. But either way, he considered it to be of interdimensional origin. According to Crowley, Lamb went on to communicate to him some cryptic messages regarding the secrets of life. And there's a lot to unpack in this supposed interaction, but what I found the most interesting was Crowley's claim that when asked to define the nature of our universe, Lamb simply responded by saying, "It's all in the egg."
Let me move forward here.
The Dead Souls exhibition. The following year, Crowley displayed this portrait of Lamb at his own public event in New York, which he named the Dead Souls exhibition. And beneath the picture was the following inscription.
Lamb is the Tibetan word for way or path, and Lama is he who goeth, the specific title of the gods of Egypt, the treader of the path, in Buddhistic phraseology. Its numerical value is 71.
Lamb is the Tibetan word for way or path. What way? What path? And notice how it mentions the gods of Egypt, right? And we see Egypt again. This is what Aleister Crowley was channeling. He was channeling the way or the path. And Lamb was leading that way and path.
The number of this book.
And there's one of those Buddhist connections that I told you to look out for. You see, Crowley was actually pretty fond of Buddhism and Hinduism. He actually devoted a lot of his lifetime to the practice and promotion of yoga, which, by the way, I'm sure that the popularity of yoga today is yet another facet of modern culture that Thelemites might attribute to the presence of the Aeon of Horus, but let's get back to the point. And to be honest, I have no idea where Crowley is getting his definition of Lama from. I could not verify that it means he who goeth. I tried to research the definition and etymology of the word, and to the best of my research, it just means venerable one or a superior one. But regardless, I assume Crowley to be much more scholarly than I am, so we'll just go with his definition on this one. But anyways, I was able to confirm that the word lamb does indeed mean path in Tibetan. In Buddhist practice, it's most likely derivative of the term lamrim, and it represents what Buddhist practitioners recognize as the path to enlightenment. And you will soon understand why Lamb is an apt name for this entity in Crowley's portrait. But the first and most obvious question is whether or not it's a coincidence that this Lamb bears such a close resemblance to what we have come to know as the gray alien. Because you can't tell me that's not what comes to your mind when you look at this guy. And first off, considering that this sketch was made over 100 years ago, perhaps it would be more appropriate to ask why our modern concept of gray aliens bears such a close resemblance to Lamb. I specify the gray-style alien because, as I assume you are aware, the public's perception of aliens and even the spaceships that they supposedly travel in has changed drastically throughout history. It's easy to see a difference between the metallic flying saucers of the 1950s and 60s and then the more sophisticated and high-tech style UFOs that are often reported today. And upon close examination, it's easy to see all types of similarities that exist between UFO sightings in any given year and the UFOs that are imagined by popular science fiction movies or shows of that same period. And it's an important point to understand because the same thing was true about the public's perception of the aliens who were supposedly piloting these UFOs. In the 1950s and 1960s, many people believed that extraterrestrials were human-like in appearance, but their skin color and clothing and other details varied widely. They were described similarly in many reported close encounters from that time as well. And before that, aliens were often envisioned to be more monstrous in appearance, with features like tentacles and scales or wings. And even further back, in the late 1800s, there was a common belief that aliens could be living on the moon or on Mars, and that they had developed advanced technology. And these beings were often depicted as physically superior and high-tech humans, but only with, futuristic clothing and advanced tools. And you can keep doing this all the way back throughout history, to a time before the concept of intergalactic civilizations was even a thought in the minds of most cultures. And yet people still had their sightings and abductions and close encounters even back then, many of which have been preserved through the lens of folklore and mythology. But instead of recording alien spaceships in the sky, people were keeping record of gods and thunderbirds and fairies and dragons flying around. And instead of being abducted by aliens, there were reports of abductions by trolls and monsters or spirits, and you get the idea, the history goes on. And of course, if you go back far enough, you're going to be left with the Bible, which doesn't describe aliens at all, but only God and his angels, and then these deceptive and cunning fallen angels who would love nothing more than to be accepted and embraced by humanity, even if it's in the disguise of something else. Remember that in Matthew 24, we are warned that there shall arise false Christs and false prophets and show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. And never forget that even Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light, according to 2 Corinthians 11. And on the topic of masquerading demons, I think it's interesting that so many of these alien encounters that we hear about include the combined elements of mental telepathy and spiritual messaging. Perhaps even the majority of experiences play out this way, with the entranced abductee receiving a familiar message about a coming climate apocalypse or a great war, and this urging of the necessity for humans to unite into some type of New Age universalist religion. And if I try to be unbiased, I just can't imagine a rational explanation for why some random and unrelated creature from a galaxy far, far away would care about the spiritual conditions of human beings on Earth. But through an occultic lens, these experiences are really not very different from the way Crowley described his interactions with Aiwass. Not only in the method of communication, but also the message that's being communicated, one of a coming new age of human enlightenment.
I seem to become one with the entire universe. Everything in the universe seems to be contracted down to one small dot.
We are going to see more and more of these visitors from space, and that before too long, the evidence will be incontrovertible, that you will have on your TV screens and on your movie screens concrete evidence that the ships are here.
And this brings us back to Lamb and his gray alien doppelgangers. I think it's clear to see that as of today, these guys have become the poster boys for extraterrestrial life.
You were saying also these gray ones are the ones that we see most of the time, and you said that that there are a lot of different motives for them being here. The gray ones, what kind of a deal we got going with them? Is that the bunch that you suggest we've made a deal with for military technology?
I think we made a deal with them, and their ultimate, what they want to do is regenerate their own race.
You believe in part that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we're not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are indeed aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures and in order to get us ready for this release of information.
To prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
Return viewers may have noticed that I often use Wikipedia as a source for these documentaries. Not because I consider Wikipedia to be a reliable or credible source of information per se, but because I know that the majority of the world that I'm reaching out to does. And while writing this, I was surprised when I looked up the Wikipedia page for gray aliens and saw this picture of Lamb prominently displayed on the page and reported in the article, where this image is declared to be amongst the earliest depictions of a creature of this appearance.
So even when you look up on Wikipedia about aliens, okay, they even have a picture of Lamb, an image that Aleister Crowley drew of the interdimensional being, that when he did the ritual and the portal opened up, what was guiding him and speaking to him. So we're drawing the connection between what? Demons and your aliens. More on that in a moment.
More commonly recognized as a modern gray alien. But Lamb's association with ETs doesn't end here, because within the last years of Aleister Crowley's life, he met and befriended a young man named Kenneth Grant. Grant was a British ceremonial magician and an admirer of Crowley's work, and like many others, he aspired to become the successor of the so-called Great Beast, and he served him directly as a secretary and personal assistant. Historians of this topic debate about whether or not Grant was Crowley's official successor, but that's really not of much importance to me. But anyways, if you'll remember, we have discussed the UFO wave of 1952 that occurred a few months after the death of Jack Parsons. Well, by that note, it's interesting that Aleister Crowley died on December of 1947, the year that initiated this modern UFO craze with the famous Kenneth Arnold sighting, as well as the crash in Roswell, New Mexico, which occurred that same year. And it seems coincidental, but in the mind of disciple Kenneth Grant, there was a significant connection between the timing of Crowley's death and the occurrence of these famous UFO events. And in the time that Grant spent working under Crowley, the two would grow really close. And knowing that Grant had developed a deep interest in Lamb, Crowley had decided to ceremoniously present him with the original portrait of Lamb as both a gift and also a supposed magical resource. And then sometime after Crowley's death, Grant would create the Typhonian Order, an offshoot of the OTO. And while his new cult would maintain the general precepts of Thelema, it seems to me that the Typhonian Order was more primarily focused on ritual or psychic communications with non-human entities, by which Lamb was and continues to be a prominent source. And over time, Grant would become increasingly outspoken regarding his belief in UFOs and the topic of ufology, and he would write about it somewhat frequently throughout his 9-volume Typhonian Trilogy series of books. And I mean, keep in mind that I haven't read through these books personally, but it's pretty easy to confirm amid the many quotes and excerpts that flourish all over the internet. And he included this now famous portrait of Lamb in numerous publications. One of his more outstanding beliefs was the idea that Lamb was in fact the same entity as I was, that disembodied voice that Aleister Crowley supposedly channeled in his Book of the Law, that I spoke on earlier. And in his book, Outside the Circles of Time, Grant describes Lamb to be a, quote, extraterrestrial and praetor-human intelligence. And he even claims that Lamb is now known to be a link between the star systems of Sirius and Andromeda. He also goes on to explore the mystical significance of the number 71, which Crowley originally attributed to Lamb in 1918, if you'll remember. And it's a number that continues to pop up in relation to ufology, by the way. And furthermore, it was a number that was of special significance to Grant because it was similar to his own numerical magical identity of 718 or 718. And I know that this opens a whole new can of worms regarding numerology and gematria, but we're just going to save that for another time. Just understand that in the same way that Crowley regarded himself as 666, Grant's number was 718. So just keep that in mind because it will come up again shortly. Now, according to Kenneth Grant's philosophy, this otherworldly and alien-like appearance of Lamb was itself the very purpose of Lamb's presence. He viewed Lamb as a gateway and conduit to another world, or to put it in more practical terms, as a path of exploration into another realm. Grant once wrote,
"If man is able to integrate these new experiences into his psyche, he must begin now to think in terms at least of extraterrestrial encounter. If he does this, the rest may follow. The faculty of intuitive insight may be awakened and aligned with such alien concepts."
And to say that Lamb has become a central figure in the Typhonian Order would be an understatement. As time went on, Grant would develop a new faction within the Order by the unambiguous name the Cult of Lamb. It was a group that would devote themselves to pursuing this path of Lamb. And if you think I'm exaggerating, then let me draw your attention to this excerpt that I took from an internal memo from within the organization of the so-called Typhonian Order about the Cult of Lamb that was written by Grant himself.
The cult has been founded because very strong intimations have been received by Eosic Iwast 718 to the effect that the portrait of Lamb, the original drawing of which was given by 666 to 718 under curious circumstances, is the present focus of an extraterrestrial and perhaps trans-plutonic energy, which the OTO is required to communicate at this critical period, for we have now entered the 80s mentioned in the Book of the Law. It is our aim to obtain some insight not only into the nature of Lamb, but also into the possibilities of using the egg as an astral space capsule for traveling to Lamb's domain, or for exploring extraterrestrial spaces.
And at the end, it's signed off by Kenneth Grant using his silly magical name. So you can see that this association between Lamb and extraterrestrials goes far deeper than his similarity in appearance to our modern gray aliens. And although this information may not be a smoking gun of evidence, I hope you'd agree that we've covered some pretty interesting and substantial connections so far.
And so let's stop here. Right? Let's stop here. And I want to show this real quick. Because we have space with Jack Parsons. We have Lamb with Aleister Crowley. All right. What's the connection? What did Elon Musk tell us about the AI?
And a warning.
Trump wants to launch a $500 billion Stargate dealing with space and AI project. What did Elon Musk tell us about artificial intelligence?
From Tesla Motors CEO Elon Musk, it has nothing to do with cars. Instead, Musk warned about artificial intelligence, which he has called more dangerous than nuclear weapons.
So Elon Musk calls artificial intelligence more dangerous than nuclear weapons, but yet he's pumping in billions of his own dollars of money into this tech.
Musk spoke at a symposium
What else did he say about artificial intelligence?
at MIT.
I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Didn't work out.
I take it there will be no HAL 9000 going up to Mars.
HAL 9000 would be easy. It's way more complex than, I mean, it would put HAL 9000 to shame. Yeah. Sounds like a puppy dog.
So Elon Musk said with artificial intelligence, with AI, we are summoning the demon, alien intelligence. And so what we have here, family, is that through space, they've given us a narrative of these spacemen, grays, greens, whatever color they want to give them, with the big head, the big eyes. All they've done is disguise the demon, okay, as an alien, as a spaceman. So therefore, if you have a demonic encounter, you will look at it as an alien abduction instead. I had a encounter with an alien, totally unequipped with dealing with the demon. They've totally put us out of pocket through this narrative of when it comes to spiritual warfare. If you don't know what you're fighting against, okay, if you don't know how to fight, how can you fight against it? Okay, so they've first of all made people believe the Bible is bad, the devil doesn't exist, that the demons are aliens. So now when you have an encounter with a demon, you don't know how to fight it off, and then you become possessed by the demon. The reason why the Apocalypse of Baruch talks about in the end times attacks of the specters and the shadim. People are not equipped with fighting against the demon. So what do we do? Go to Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 tells us, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, not aliens, not spacemen, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We're fighting an invisible fight. We have rulers of the darkness of this world, like your Helena Blavatsky, your Alice Bailey, your Aleister Crowley, your Jack Parsons, all of these who are opening up portals and doing rituals and working in the background and, human sacrifice and children to Moloch and burnt offerings, on and on and on and on. Right? And then you come into encounter with a demon and they're telling you, oh, that's just an alien. You had an alien abduction. And you think that after the alien has left and is finished with the abduction that you're fine, not knowing that it was a demon that has now possessed you. And now you're demonically possessed with no knowledge of that you are and how to get rid of the demon because you thought it was just an alien abduction. So what did Paul say? Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. So I understand, family, showing this stuff is dark, right? But if you don't know about it, how can you fight against it? We not only show you how to fight against it, but what we are dealing with, what we are fighting against. Okay? So when we talk about the externalization of the hierarchy, right, that Alice A. Bailey said that they're going to introduce mankind to, they're going to externalize this pyramid at the top to the whole world to see it now. You will now have access to the top on a level never seen before in the history of man, not even before the flood, during Noah's time. Extra dimensional entities. Okay, this is the hierarchy right here. We're looking at the hierarchy right here. We're going to introduce you and externalize this hierarchy. And so what did Paul also tell us? 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4, verse 3, linking right in what he told us in Ephesians 6 and 12. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. Verse 4, for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. And it goes into casting down imaginations. Okay, this is an imagination. This doesn't exist. So if they're going to come out with this so-called alien disclosure, and notice how, Trump talked about, oh, I don't know why they're not disclosing what's going on with those drones or those craft or whatever's going on in the sky. The government knows what it is. And then here it is. He's been inaugurated for days now. He hasn't said anything about it because it's not time for them to play that card yet. They're going to slowly continue to throw stuff out there as we go along until they're ready at the end to bring that card. Okay, so unless they're ready to come out and tell us that aliens and demons are the same thing and that you're looking to summon the AI or the demon through the Stargate, through the portal. Okay, that's what this means, family. And there's more. We're just scratching the surface. I just wanted to lay down, okay, the beginnings of this. Now, let's keep going here. Speaking about Project Stargate, because there's more. How many of you all understood or knew that Stargate Project was a project long before Trump called it up after his inauguration? Here we see In 1977, U.S. Army military, the Stargate Project was a secret U.S. Army unit established in 1977 by the Defense Intelligence Agency and SRI International to investigate the potential for a psychic phenomenon in military and domestic intelligence applications. A psychic phenomenon. So now we're dealing with the paranormal. Okay. Military. All right. NASA. Talking about what? Future warfare, military, space, portals. What is the NASA logo? A portal, right? Your portal right there. So the Stargate Project was established in 1977 as a investigation for potential psychic phenomena in military and domestic intelligence applications. Its work primarily involved remote viewing, the purported ability to psychically see events, sights, or information from a great distance. That's what the Stargate is. All right. Being able to close the gap from one point to the other from afar. Right? Time travel, warp speed from a great distance psychically. So you had the project overseen by a psychic headhunter, Frederick Holmes, Skip Atwater, Lieutenant, Major General Albert Stubblebine, all right, later president of the Moreau Institute. So, they said, okay, well, we're going to terminate the project. They terminated and declassified it in 1995. See, it's always a conspiracy theory until the CIA declassifies these things. But understand, before it's declassified, if you speak about it, it's a conspiracy theory, right? Because nobody knows about it. It's not been put out there as being real. But later it becomes declassified. And do those so-called people those people that were called conspiracy theorists, do they get vindicated? Do they ever get, apologized to for being right and said, hey, I had some investigative journalists tell me this, and this is how I found out, or I did my research, or we had a whistleblower leak the file? They never get apologized to or vindicated for being right. See, so that stain of being a conspiracy theorist nut job stays with you. So they said it wasn't of any useful intelligence operation. Okay, it wasn't useful, but it ran for almost 20 years. It took me 20 years to find out it wasn't useful. But we see the CIA, okay, and we see the military, okay, CIA report. Okay, so there goes your central. And so what we want when we talk about this pyramid, this is a centralized system. We want things to be decentralized. We want to be as far away from this as possible. Okay, your banking. Okay, your central bank. We want decentralized banking. Your information. We want decentralized information. Your big pharma. We want decentralized medicine. Okay, that's not centralized, controlled by government. The earth is given unto the hands of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. All right. So, and then you had a book that came out talking about this. Let me get that book here real quick so we can speed and fast track through for time. We're going to have to bypass some things here. But let me get the book here. Let me find it. Here's the book. So you had a book released by Axel Balthasar, Project Stargate and Remote Viewing Technology. So now we're dealing with the brain, okay? Psychic ability, Okay, the ability to telepathically communicate. Communicate with who? I think we showed it. Okay. Supernatural forces. This is what the military and the CIA are mixed in with. Long before Trump called it Project Stargate, they were already doing it on this level. The CIA's files on psychic spying. So we're going to go into this technology, and the elders brought it out on Wednesday on the broadcast, on the live stream. We're going to go into this technology, right? But we're going to continue to keep going down the timeline. So this is 1977. So now let's move forward, because we're talking about a lot of different technologies here. What else do we have? Off of history.com. Why Reagan's Star Wars defense plan remains science fiction. Reagan said he wanted to avoid nuclear Armageddon. Critics call the Strategic Defense Initiative far-fetched and expensive. Okay. So it says it was a plan that read like science fiction, a system armed with an array of space-based X-ray lasers would detect and deflect any nukes headed toward the United States. So the United States was looking and was building satellite weaponry with lasers, okay, under Ronald Reagan. Okay, under Ronald Reagan, and got in the disguise of deflecting nuclear weapons from like Russia or China. Again, the boogeyman. But really, this has nothing to do with Russia or China. This has to do with something coming from the sky. And we're not talking about aliens in your traditional sense of aliens. We're talking about Christ and his angels, which will be considered alien to this world. Okay, those are your aliens that they're preparing for with all this. But they have mankind on one hand saying it's a boogeyman coming from space. We must unite to fight. On the other hand, they also say, well, some of them are peaceful, so that you'll now entertain the demon, thinking that the alien, the ET, is friendly when that's a demon. So they're working both sides of that. Right? So let's keep going here. So this was called the Star Wars, or the Strategic Defense Initiative, or the Star Wars program. Okay. And so you had politicians that were speaking against it. They're trying to design this thing, just like we saw in the movie, The Real Genius, weaponize it. Not just space-based lasers seemed so incredible at the time. You had Edward Kennedy referred to it as reckless Star Wars schemes. Okay, because when you look at the movie Star Wars, you see the lasers in space. So that's where it got its name from. Later to be scrapped in 1993 by Bill Clinton, but when Donald Trump, okay, came with the U.S. Space Force, it was actually resurrected under that. It's the same program. So they make it seem like they scrap these things, and then they declassify it and say, oh yeah, there's nothing to see there. It's no use. They still have these operations going. Okay. They still have these operations going, but they're trying to make it seem harmless. And something else I want to bring out here. You had critics against this. See this? So you have your nuclear missiles fired from a sub, and then you have your satellite tech. This is the reason why they're telling you we need to put the satellites in the sky. See, they had to find a boogeyman. And now when they put the satellites in the sky, which are used as weapons against us, that's what they're really there for. You won't give any pushback because you think it's for your protection against the boogeyman. In this case, the big bad Russians. So you had those come out and say, well, this technology isn't even possible. So let's take a look here. We're going to look now, see Was this technology possible at this time? So you had some books that were written, and it said that many Americans believe that um, that this could be built. All right, let's see here. Let me find it here. Houghton says scientists and engineers continue to say that if they had the necessary funding, they could have made the technology happen. So they're trying to say, well, we didn't have the funding for it. So this is happening at the same time that movie came out in the 80s, Real Genius. And they brought all the nation's top scientific minds to put this under development. Now check this out at the end here. It says Pensker, however, claims that the technology was feasible. If given enough time to develop, we know this because much of it exists today, he says. For modern day examples of this, you can see how the U.S. Navy is placing lasers on its ships and has used them in exercises to take out drones and boats in military exercises. So they would make us want to believe that this tech doesn't exist or didn't exist back then, when what we've seen through research shows us that it existed back then in the 70s and the 80s. Okay. It existed. All right. Well, their job is to make sure that the conspiracy doesn't become discovered, right? That their plans doesn't become discovered. We're going to go into this tech. So from there, now we're in the 80s, moving into the 90s. We had Serge Moniz, right? I found the full interview with him. The full interview. And for time, we're not going to be able to go through this full interview, or we're not going to get through all the stuff. Okay. What I want to do is I just want to give a summary of this interview with Serge Moniz, and then we may come back and do this full interview another time. We're going to go into the book where he gave another interview about this tech. He said this technology existed in the 70s. It's in his book, okay? He spoke about a vaccine campaign. He called it a vaccine campaign in Quebec, Canada, in the early 90s. He said, well, what was the purpose of this? When he looked at the report, they said, well, we had 16 deaths in 91, and then of meningitis. It was a meningitis that they called epidemic in Canada. Okay. We had 16 deaths in 91, and then we had 14 deaths of meningitis in 92. And he said, and you mean to tell me with that few of deaths that y'all decided to come up with a campaign to vaccinate, a mass vaccination campaign where the focus was on children aged 2 to 25 years of age. And he talked about this being a military vaccine and how they had the technology to split the vaccine in two with he called it liquid crystals. And you give the first round of vaccine and you wouldn't even notice anything in the body. And then you bring the second round of vaccine later. And he said, when you combine the two vaccines together, right? He said that would cause major problems in the body. This is the research he had discovered. He was an investigative journalist, a French-speaking Canadian investigative journalist. And he said when he went to go research and ask the authorities about why they did this, he said, well, that was a year or two ago. That was, so far long ago. We don't know who did it. We don't know who was over it. The scientist that was over the whole operation, they said, well, we don't know where he's at. He's disappeared. Right. So when you hear that, immediately what comes to mind? Fauci. The same thing happened in Canada, in Quebec, where after they ran the mass vaccination campaign and people started asking questions, Serge Menage started asking questions about it, and he kept getting the runaround. He said, wait a minute, this isn't like we're going back to the Middle Ages here. This was just a year or two ago. What do you mean you don't have any information on anything? You don't have the chief person who was over this, doctor or scientist who was over this operation. He's disappeared, just like the Wizard of Oz. Once he was discovered, right, what did he do? He went to his hot air balloon to get away, to escape the society who he was tricking with his magic and his sorcery. Same thing happened in the early 90s. So this was a small beta test, and I don't know if this happened other places, but I do know it happened based upon this information, it happened in Canada already. So this is a beta test that they would then do on a large scale in the 2020 lockdown. And think about it. Fauci was around in the 80s screaming about AIDS and how AIDS was a pandemic that was going to kill everybody in the 80s, going into the 90s. So then the person who's interviewing Serge Menas is asking him, do you fear for your life? Is anybody going to pick up your work? He said nobody will touch this. No investigative journalists. They're not even doing their jobs. They're fearful of their lives. They're not going to pick up this research if they kill me or assassinate me, because I'm already getting threats. They're trying to say that I'm causing problems by asking questions. I'm creating clouds around the program and all of this. Right? He went into he looked into the companies that were involved and talking about how even that was all chopped up and divided out and separated. So by the time he could try to find the company that was behind all this, they had switched names and been bought up and this department went there and this way, you see? So you could never catch up with the criminals, right? They're in the wind. And then in the second part of this interview, and this is all translated from Google AI, interesting enough, right? The AI being used to translate this from French, which makes it even more difficult to get through this in a timely fashion. I would have to stop it and kind of read it and go through it. But check out this second interview he did and what he spoke about. So he spoke about the vaccines. And this was like a conspiracy show of its time, kind of like the Alex Jones show of its time in Canada, where people would come on and talk about government conspiracies. So this is his second interview here. And let's check out what he says, the second thing he has found and discovered going on.
Ici d'un document publié par M. Serge Mona, journaliste international, le numéro 2 de cette agence internationale de presse libre nord-américaine. Et vous le voyez sur la page couverture, confidentiel, urgent, original, copy, le ministère de la Justice des États-Unis.
Concentration camp program in the United States. This is from the Department of Justice of the United States. So someone slipped this out from the Department of Justice and he got his hands on it. Concentration camp program in the United States. In the early 90s, he got a hold of this program.
Évidemment, c'est une traduction d'un document authentique et nous allons regarder quelques extraits à l'intérieur de ce document. Vous voyez la carte des États-Unis avec plusieurs endroits encerclés qui représentent les endroits où il y aurait, semble-t-il, des camps de...
And this is a map of the United States, and it shows the different areas where there are concentration camps in the early 90s set up in the U.S. And what he discovered is that most of these camps, if not all, were either on military bases or were close in proximity to military bases. What else did he say about this?
Concentration, plus de 130 camps de concentration dans le projet Rex 84.
Rex 84 project is what he discovered. We've talked about this many, many years. I know Elder Ricard spoke about this many years, right? Early on in the beginning of this church, the early 2000s, 2009, 2010, about the Rex 84 concentration camp program, which they were looking to use during the civil rights movement. If they lost control of us during the civil rights movement, they already had the concentration camps ready to go to put us in there if they lost control of the black population during that movement.
Et on en passe, c'est des plus belles et des plus mûres. On a avec nous M. Serge Mona. Bonjour, Serge.
Uncle Sam's 13 secret concentration camps. All right. Now, we know he got way more than that now, but that was back in the early 90s. So we're going to, at some point, go through this full interview. But when we talk about Project Bluebeam, it's way deeper than some fake UFO alien invasion. That's the last card, right? What about all the stuff leading up to that last card being played? It's happening. The vaccines, the concentration camps, the mind control technology, okay, the AI, right? All of this. Now let's keep going here. So then also in the 90s, you had Joseph Spencer, who was said to be a Men in Black of the CIA. For time, I'm going to go through what he spoke about too. Okay. We've talked about it here with him too. He spoke about these interdimensional entities in his underground experiences in these underground military installations. He talked about hybrid beings with black eyes. He talked about children being experimented on, organ harvesting, vaccines. He talked about the chemtrails. All right, because that was part of this as well, the chemical spraying. Right? This is all the stuff he was laying out that the New World Order was doing and had plans to do. Okay. The poisoning of the water with fluoride. There go the chemtrails. Okay, and we're going to go into that here in a moment as well. The tech that's coming through the chemtrails, the nanotech, the micro dust, the smart dust. And then at the end, he gets into the last card being the hologram, fake UFO alien invasion used in conjunction with military craft. Okay, they're using military craft to attack society through the hologram. All right, while blaming it on aliens. Okay, blaming it on your aliens. Now, continue to move forward. So now let's come back to more present time. Of course, in 2001, you had this NASA document come out. So now we're in the 2000s. Okay, we're going to jump to 2025, and then we're going to jump back into the past. Right. So let's pull up the Trump inauguration. Okay. Let me pull up Donald Trump inauguration here. Right. Let's check out this inauguration. There's some things I want to point out here with the inauguration. Of course, we see all your characters here. We have Biden, Kamala Imhoff and her husband, Jewish. Bill Clinton. We had Obama roll in. We had the Bushes. Okay, all your presidents, they're still alive. All there in ceremony. And now we have an inauguration coming in. So we have the vice president and his East Indian wife, Babylonian, being sworn in. And then the president. Now check out who's swearing in Donald Trump here.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve.
Who is this guy right here? We're going to talk about who this man is swearing in Donald Trump. But also look at Kamala here. Check her energy out. As Donald Trump is being sworn in, she's as giddy as a schoolgirl coming home after school getting milk and cookies. Like, check her out here.
Protect and defend.
Right? Just continue to watch her. Just smiling and cheesing and you know, all that vitriol she had. She's in a total different energy right now.
Protect and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Checking her energy out. Probably saying in her mind, she's smiling, probably saying in her mind, thank you, Donald Trump, for funding me. And early on in my career as Surgeon General in California, you donated to my campaign to be Surgeon General to get me to this point where I am right now in my career. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Right? As she claps her hands. Shaking Biden's hands, right? Now let's go back to who just swore in Donald Trump. I want to point this out here. Who swears in the president? Your Supreme Court justice swears in the president. Who is the Supreme Court Chief Justice? The Chief Justice swears in president. It says John Glover Roberts Jr. is an American jurist serving since 2005 as the 17th Chief Justice of the United States. All right. So when he was sworn in, he wasn't even part of the Supreme Court of your justices. But he went from being not in the Supreme Court to being made Chief Justice. He's the chief, right, of all the justices of the Supreme Court, right? He's the head honcho. So he went from being not in the Supreme Court to being head over the Supreme Court. Very interesting. And I'm going to show you where we're going with this here in a moment. So we talked about Trump signing a flurry of executive orders, right? And it says Chief Justice John Roberts and his court helped Trump get here. So if you remember, Trump was given charges, right? He was looking to be, they are looking as far as indictment. There was an indictment passed on Trump and him being convicted for and being impeached for different crimes. And this Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice, John Roberts, helped in getting those charges dismissed against Donald Trump. Now check this out, family. So now let's jump back to the early 2000s when Chief Justice John Roberts was first sworn in 2005 as Chief Justice of the United States. How many of y'all remember his conversation with Joe Biden? This is off C-SPAN. How many of y'all remember his conversation with Joey Crack?
Want to launch an e-commerce business, but don't bother handling fulfillment? Yoko's gotcha. We take care of.
Chief Justice, I congratulate you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bradley, Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Roberts, welcome. Mrs. Roberts, welcome to you. I might note at the outset, I've never heard of or seen a federal judge who wasn't independent.
Well, look at there. Joey Crack, before the crack took its full toll, right? Almost don't even recognize him, right? Almost is like, is that Joe Biden, or is the guy we have now Joe Biden? Okay, will the real Joe Biden stand up? So here he's having a exchange because this is all charade. They get up here, all right, and a lot to be said about this scene, but they're grilling whoever's coming in, the Chief Justice, on issues, right? Issues against the country. So all different type of issues are thrown out to see, okay, what is his response? If you're going to be Chief Justice, what are your response to some of these issues? So now let's move forward. There's one part in particular we want to focus in on what Joe Biden says.
Mention sex discrimination, child labor, segregation. It doesn't mention it. Our constitutional journey did not stop then, and it must not stop now, Judge. And we'll be faced with equally consequential decisions in the 21st century. Can a microscopic tag be implanted in a person's body to track his every movement? There's actual discussion about that. You will rule on that. Mark my words before your tenure is over.
Say what? He said, let me hear that again.
Not stop then, and it must not stop now, Judge. And we'll be faced with equally consequential decisions in the 21st century. Can a microscopic tag be implanted in a person's body to track his every movement?
Can a microscopic tag be implanted in a person's body to track his every movement?
There's actual discussion about that.
There's actual discussion about that.
You will rule on that. Mark my words before your tenure is over.
You will rule on that before your tenure is over. Mark my words. Interesting choice of words. Mark my words. I'm pretty sure no pun intended there, right? Mark my words. But it doesn't stop there.
Can brain scans be used to determine whether a person is inclined toward criminality or violent behavior? You will rule on that.
Can what? Brain scans? So he went from microscopic tags implanted in the human body for surveillance to what?
Actual discussion about that. You will rule on that. Mark my words before your tenure is over. Can brain scans be used to determine whether a person is inclined toward criminality or violent behavior? You will rule on that.
Can brain scans be used to determine if a person is mentally inclined to commit criminal behavior? You will rule on that, while he pounds the table for emphasis. Now, this is out of all the stuff that Biden said in this exchange. Well, it really isn't an exchange. He's just speaking to Roberts here. This was the only time he pounded the table, when he was talking about microscopic tags and brain scans, right? Well, we're going to deal with the microscopic tags in a moment. But what are the brain scans to determine whether or not a person will commit criminal behavior sound like? Well, that sounds a lot like a movie I've seen before. I don't know, maybe you all have seen it. How many of you all have seen the movie Minority Report? How many of you all have seen the movie Minority Report? It says John works with the pre-crime police, which stops crime before they take place. With the help of 3 precogs who can foresee crimes. Here we go with the telepathic, right? The telepathy, they can foresee, prognosticate, prophesy crimes. These 3 precogs. Events ensue when John finds himself framed for a future murder. Who is John? Who is John? Tom Cruise. Who is Tom Cruise? He was in the documentary, The Illuminati Volume 2, we just watched, under L. Ron Hubbard, Scientologist Tom Cruise. Now we have a clip of this. Let's check this clip out.
And a warning from Tesla.
Because again, revelation of the method, the predictive programming, they must show us. Let's take a look at this, how this pre-crime that Joe Biden says. Remember, he told Chief Justice Roberts, you will rule on that. Mark my words, before your tenure is up. So before Chief Justice Roberts retires from his seat, he's going to rule on microscopic tags, whether that's okay to be put inside a person's body for surveillance, as well as brain scans being used for pre-crime to see whether or not a person is going to commit criminality. Well, let's take a look here and see if they've showed us this before in their movies. Minority Report.
Imagine a world without murder.
I lost my best friend.
I lost my aunt.
I lost my dad. I lost my father.
I lost my wife.
Just 6 years ago, the homicide rate in this country had reached epidemic proportions. It seemed that only a miracle could stop the bloodshed. But instead of 1 miracle, we were given 3, the precognitives. Within just 1 month under the pre-crime program, the murder rate in the District of Columbia was reduced 90%.
They were going to be waiting for me in the car.
He was going to rape me.
I was going to be stabbed.
Right here.
Within a year, pre-crime effectively stopped murder in our nation's capital.
In the 6 years we've been conducting our little experiment, there hasn't been a single murder.
And now pre-crime can work for you.
We want to make absolutely certain that every American can bank on the utter infallibility of this system, and to ensure that what keeps us safe will also keep us free.
Pre-crime? It works.
It works.
It works.
It works.
It works. It works.
On Tuesday, April 22nd, vote yes on the National Pre-Crime Initiative.
Vote yes for the pre-crime initiative. And now let's get some more.
When the precogs declare a victim and a killer
on this pre-crime, right? There's another scene out of Minority Report.
When the precogs declare a victim and a killer, their name is embedded in the grain of wood. Since each piece is unique, the shape and grain is unique. The shape and grain is impossible to forge.
I'm sure you all understand the legalistic drawback to pre-crime methodology.
Here we go again.
Look, I'm not with the ACLU on this, Jeff. But let's not kid ourselves. We are arresting individuals who have broken no law. But
so you have this particular person. He's against the whole pre-crime concept and system. Right. So listen to his argument here about pre-crime and this system, arresting people who have broken no crime, and they're looking to convince him that this system works and is needed.
On this, Jeff. But let's not kid ourselves. We are arresting individuals who have broken no law.
But they will. The commission of the crime itself is absolute metaphysics. The precogs see the future, and they're never wrong.
But it's not.
The precogs, the witches, the prognosticators, the enchantress, those who can telepathically see into the future, see the crimes, and they're not wrong. right? There's your AI, right? These mystery women. And you notice how the AI is always a woman's voice? Alexa, Siri. What are some of the other names? Sophia, the robot in Dubai or Saudi Arabia that was made the first robot citizen was named Sophia, right? The AI.
The future if you stop it. Isn't that
You're never wrong.
But it's not the future if you stop it. Isn't that a fundamental paradox?
Yes, it is. You're talking about predetermination, which happens all the time. Why'd you catch that?
Because it was going to fall.
You're certain?
Yeah.
But it didn't fall. You caught it. The fact that you prevented it from happening doesn't change the fact that it was going to happen.
You ever get any false positives? Someone intends to kill his boss or his wife, but they never go through with it. How do the precogs tell the difference?
Precogs don't see what you intend to do. Only what you will do.
Then why can't they see rapes? Or assaults or suicides?
Because of the nature of murder. There's nothing more destructive to the metaphysical fabric that binds us than the untimely murder of one human being by another.
Somehow I don't think that was Walt Whitman.
Zara Cinnamon. She developed precogs, designed the system, and pioneered the interface.
Speaking of interfacing...
Right? So the AI now being positioned based upon the predictive programming and Joe Biden brain scans to determine if a person is going to commit the criminality or not. Right? So let's take a look at what happened going along the timeline. Remember, we're going along the timeline here. How many of you all remember this? I couldn't find this anywhere on the internet, and you know, I couldn't afford to spend that much time looking for it, but let me pull it up here. Let me find see if I have the screenshot here. Okay, I think this is it. I had to get a screenshot because it has been totally scrubbed from the internet. How many of y'all remember in 2014, Obama, under Obamacare, he's under Obama, Obamacare was signed into law, which stated within the Obamacare about a two-way radio device being implanted under the skin through Obamacare. NBC ran a news article on this in 2017. All Americans receive a microchip implant in 2017 per Obamacare. Will be tagged. That was the word that Joe Biden, who was Obama's vice president, okay, a microscopic tag that will be implanted into a body for surveillance. You will rule on that, Mr. Roberts, sir, Chief Justice, sir. So they're already telling us that this ruling is going to happen under John Roberts' ruling as Chief Justice, the man who just swore in Joe Biden. He swore in Joe Biden too. He just swore in Donald Trump. And he helped Trump get past his legal woes. See Trump pointing to him? Yeah. We did it. Right? Working together to bring forth this agenda. So that was under Obama. Again, these presidents, they do things, right? And they pass the baton to the next to finish what the other started. And so now let's move forward to, let me pull it up here. Now we're going to look at this tech. Talking about brain scans. Right? Sounds conspiracy theorist, right? Well, let's take a look. Is it conspiracy? We showed the fact that these New Agers were channeling demons like Lamb, right? And communicating And now Trump's talking about Stargate AI project. Here off KPBS, it says sound waves give San Diego neuroscientists control over brain cells. This is 2015, right? Sound waves give San Diego neuroscientists control over brain cells. What else do we have here? MIT News. This is Massachusetts Institute of Technology, January 2024. Study reveals a universal pattern of brain wave frequencies. Across mammalian species, brain waves are slower in deep cortical layers while superficial layers generate faster rhythms. So they're showing us that frequencies, right? That the brain is based upon wave frequencies, patterns. So they're tapping into that, and they're showing that they have technology to take control. Neuro scientists, right? What else do we have? So as this is happening, late 2024, June, as mind reading technology improves, Minority Report, brain scanning, Colorado passes first in nation law to protect privacy of our thoughts. This is CBS News. Colorado is the first to pass a law to protect our thoughts as the mind reading CIA. These are CIA projects. These are military projects. They showed us, in 1995, we declassified it. This Operation Stargate, this project, Stargate here. It wasn't useful. Well, if it's not useful, if it wasn't useful, why did we see this law being passed and this tech continuing to be in continuation here? As they're passing laws to protect our mind from them having surveillance and having access to. All the while, Joe Biden is saying that brain scans, Chief Justice Roberts, you're going to rule on that. Movies, Minority Report, pre-crime. And we know who they call minority in this country. And right now we're starting to see a crackdown on those same people we call minorities in this country who are being hemmed up by military who are said to be illegal or criminals. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And we have a article here, which we probably don't have time to go into. A lot of the stuff we're going to have to pick back up maybe next stream off of End of the American Dream, Mind Control. Scientists have discovered how to use nanoparticles to remotely control behavior. Scientists have discovered how to use nanoparticles to remotely control behavior. So all the while they're trying to tap into the brain to know our thoughts, they also have the ability to influence behavior. Pre-crime, right? Or controlling somebody who they can now say did a terrorist act or domestic terrorism. Now, Elder Ricard brought this out. The elders brought this out on Wednesday's broadcast, and I wanted to come back to it. And I wish for time we could have went through all of this, family, because it would have been right on time. But you have your Illuminati cards. Your Illuminati cards. Let me find them here. I'm missing them. I know they're here. Okay. He showed the orbital mind control lasers. Okay. Orbital. What is it? Orbital? What is orbiting? What is in orbit is your craft, your satellite, or your drone technology, spy satellite. So they would use the spy satellite to beam directly into the brain. So not only can this technology be used to vaporize, the frequency can be used to read your thoughts as well as control your mind. Hence your mind control and your pre-crime, to know, oh, they were going to commit this act because we read their mind and we saw the future. The AI saw the future. And what else were we gonna let me see. And so yeah, this is what I wanted to do. So it's unfortunate we weren't able to watch this video with Serge Manas speaking about this. He said in this vaccination campaign, he discovered through his investigative research, he said with the vaccine, they have the ability with a satellite in the sky to read your mind. This was 1993, 1994, somewhere within that time when he gave this interview. Okay. And I hate that we weren't able to go through this, but he said it in the interview. With the vaccine, they have the technology, military technology, because it's a militarized vaccine, to use a satellite to read your mind. 90s and the Illuminati card game came out in the mid 90s at the same time. And see, that's why I like going through the history. So we can go through the history and see all of what's led us to this point, what's been shown to us, documents, investigative journalists. Okay. So we understand when they make a proclamation of Stargate AI project, $500 billion. Okay. They're putting all their chips on the table and going all out. No restrictions for AI. So you're about to start seeing people go crazy with AI for their businesses, because without it, you're not going to be able to keep up in this system, because everything now is being poured into AI. And so now everybody is coming on board the AI mainframe, the AI grid, which Elon Musk said is summoning the demon. Okay. This guy coming in for an abduction of the mind. Okay. They're about to take you into another realm. We're fighting against the invisible here. All right. This guy coming in to take over and abduct. They call it an alien abduction. It's demonic possession. Okay. And all of that. Now let's speaking of Serge Manas, because we had to get this. This was an interview he did that's recorded in this book. He did in 1994, speaking about these things. And then we're going to go into the patents and the tech that they have to show you that the patents exist, the tech exists, and Serge Manas said that this has been in existence since the 70s. I have the wrong document up here. Well, if I can find it here, I might be just not to worry about it. So check out what he said about this mind control, the brain scanning, as well as the microscopic tag being implanted in the body. He spoke about it in his interview, that this was part of the Project Bluebeam plan. This is part of their plan leading up to the final stage of a fake alien invasion. That was the final stage. Right? So let's take a look here. So he talks about this final card being played and how they would look to destroy Christianity and bring in the New Age religion. Okay. But they would have to create so much chaos in the world before they revealed the final card of the fake alien invasion, which we're seeing the drones already starting to, whatever's going on in the sky, whether real or fake, as far as hologram or real craft, we're already starting to see that happening in the skies now. So it's right on time, right on par, getting that whole thing revved up while the world is going into disorder and chaos. They're getting the AI grid, everybody on board to push forward with this golden age of AI. So he said it's going to be on a grand scale, including millions of programmed religious fanatics through demonic possession. Right? Through demonic possession. There it goes right there. 1994, he was saying that this that they're about to do will be demonic possession. Okay? This will not be no alien abduction. There are no spacemen. There are demons. There are interdimensional beings, angels, fallen angels, as well as good angels. Okay? So these cases he's saying are on a scale never seen before. So basically he's talking about the attacks of the specters and the shadim. We're starting to see an uptick in demonic possession cases with people through the demoralization and through encouraging sin and promoting sin from the man of sin in our reality. Opens up the door for demons to come in to your life. Now check this out. He says, now if we put this space show in parallel with the Star Wars program, speaking about Ronald Reagan's Star Wars program, combining with that tech, combinations of electromagnetic radiation and hypnosis. Okay. And I'm just going to keep this up here. Sorry. And your hypnosis. So now you are under the demonic hypnosis. All right. So let's keep going here. What else does he say? He talked about research of 1974 in investigation. And the hypnotist may also become varied by modulated electromagnetic energy directly into the spot of the human brain without employing any technical device for receiving or transporting the message, and without the person exposed to such influence having a chance to control the information input consciously. So this particular person in 1974, researcher, Shapus, said they could do this then in the 70s without using a two-way radio device. They didn't need the device. They could do it without the device. Okay, in the 70s. And convey a message to a person. We're going to go through the tech and show you how now it's been confirmed, the patents and the tech they have to do this. Then it was really more so investigation and finding this stuff out. The tech wasn't out there, but now they put the tech out there now because now they're ready. They've always had the tech. They didn't have the society at the place they needed it to be demoralized, fully ready to accept the pure doctrine of Lucifer. They had to break society down, but the tech has been there. It may be expected that they rationalize their behavior and consider it to be undertaken out of their own free will. Anybody investigating so-called channeling phenomenon right now would be wise to take this area of research into consideration. Channeling. Okay, this is what your Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons was doing. Alice A. Bailey, they were channeling. It is interesting to note that the fact that the number of people who consider themselves channelers, your prognosticators, your enchanters, enchantresses, your necromancers, okay, your prognosticators have escalated rapidly since this type of research was conducted. Again, America was built on all of this. That's why Isaiah 40, was it 47? It talks about trust in these sorcerers to save thee, O Babylon, O daughter of Babylon. Right? Because America has put all of her, you know, her whole essence into this since the beginning with these Freemasons. It is uncanny how similar their messages are, regardless of which entity they claim to be the source of the divine guidance. Okay, so they have the ability to use the tech to send exactly a vision unique to the person. Just think about it. We just saw here where, I forget this guy's name, Ellison. He said, we're going to use the AI to specifically create a vaccine unique to the individual based on the mRNA technology. So the mRNA, according to them, is able to be fine-tuned and tweaked through the AI down uniquely to the individual. And that's through the healthcare, right? So imagine now people bugged out their minds, everybody in their own metaverse, seeing their own reality, different from what's really happening. Nobody's seeing the exact same thing. That's the tech they have. So what would be called a nut job during his time, if he were alive to see this time right now, boy, would he have a lot of receipts to pull on people who called him crazy. I can only imagine. So you have also in 1983, something published titled "The Soviets Are Invading the Human Mind." Okay. So basically the Soviets feeding a computer like AI, feeding the computer different languages, different information, getting information from people and creating a database. It says these kinds of computers can be around through satellite into space. Through satellite into space. Your spy satellite. See, Illuminati card game showed us this. Okay. The movies, they're showing us this. And now in our reality, the science, it's showing us this. Right? Let's keep going here. So he talks about the United Nations. Right? He mentions them as the head honcho behind all this, not the Soviets. It says one disturbing possibility, given all the information we have at hand, is that the individuals involved in this potential mind control operation could then sell the program and not even be aware they are conducting such an operation. Just like the movie, The Real Genius, where those kids were working on that laser weapon. Okay. And didn't even know they were working on what they were working on, what it was for. Right? Now, check this out. Now, this is a NASA operation, and we already have the NASA document of future warfare here. All right. Which lines up. We're going to get to the NASA information here in a moment as well. It lines up. But this Blue Beam project, it says that goes along with the telepathic electronical two-way communication. So now he's getting into the microscopic device that Joe Biden was speaking about, the microscopic tag, where what? ELF VLF and LF waves will reach the people of the earth by the inside of their brain, making each one to believe that his own God is talking to each one from within his own soul. Remember in the movie when the guy at the beginning, for those that were here, remember whenever he was standing in the middle of the house and he was talking to God, and then from the heavenly realm, you had a craft shooting a laser down in the house. So many things being shown outside of maybe the initial thing with the laser, uh, energy weapon burning the house. Also, this tech can be used to control the mind. It's not just it works many different ways. This frequency. It doesn't just vaporize and liquefy people. It can be used for mind control too. And we're going to show that. I'm telling y'all, they're going to show you the tech of them doing this. And they did this during 2020, during the lockdown, as we go through the timeline. Such waves from satellite are fed the memory of computers, which are fed from the memory of computers, which store a lot of data about the human being and the languages. Big data. So they're collecting all this information about us and storing it in computers, right? So they know exactly who you are. So the social media you're putting out there, all your business, they see where you're frequenting through the GPS and the tracking. They know your tendencies. They know what you like. They know what you listen to. They know what you believe in. So it's fine-tuned and tailored to the individual. These waves will then interlace and interweave with the natural thinking to form what we call artificial talk. There's your golden age. This is your golden age that Donald Trump is talking about, we're going into. The Bible talks about this age too. Now, that kind of technology goes into the 70s, 80s, and 90s research where the human brain has been compared to a computer. Information is fed in, processes integrated, and our response is then formulated and acted upon. Mind controllers manipulate information in the same manner as a computer for grammar manipulates information. So all of this is connected with, you have University of Arizona in 91, they hosted a conference, NATO Advanced Research Workshop on Current and Emergent Phenomenon in Biomolecular Systems. What does that mean? So let's see what it means here. It says it's this conference basically states that the U.S. has communication equipment which can make the blind see, the deaf hear, and the lame walk. Right? That was a 91. All right. That was in 91. The blind see, the deaf hear, and the lame walk. All the things that Musk is promising with the Neuralink. And he's not the only one creating this tech or giving the credit for creating this tech. Right? It can relieve the terminally ill of all pain without the use of any drugs. And I'm not talking about science fiction over here. A man might retain the use of all his faculties upon the day of his death. This communication equipment depends on the new way of looking at the human brain and neuromuscular system and radiation pulse at ultra low frequency. Some of this equipment is now operational within the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So there goes your CIA and your FBI, but typically it's always CIA. It will never be used to make the blind see and the deaf hear and the lame walk because it is central to the domestic political agenda and foreign policy of the late President Bush. So that's just a ploy to make you believe it's going to make you see and hear and walk. right? And not that it doesn't have the power to do that, but it'll never be used that way. That's just what they're saying to get you to receive it. So it talks about this equipment currently being used to torture people, right? Talks about terrorists, screening populations for terrorists, torture and murder citizens who belong to organizations which promote peace and development in Central America. So now you see your laser weaponry coming down and hitting people as targets, like the movie showed us, whether it's to kill them and vaporize them or to terrorize them in their thoughts. He says, this will create a race of slaves called automatons, or what is popularly called the Manchurian Candidate. Now check this out, family. He knew this in 83. He came across this information in 83. He gave this interview in 94. That was 10 years before the movie we saw with Denzel Washington came out. Now, I watched the original Manchurian Candidate that came out in 1962 last night. The book was in 1959, the movie 1962. The movie doesn't show this technology. It does show the programming, the mental programming through hypnosis that they use to control. They could put somebody under their control. So he was speaking of this as if he had seen the 2005 movie already that hadn't even come out. That's how much information and research he had done and known about this, because it wasn't in the first movie or the book. Okay. So check that out. But when we see the Denzel movie, we see the two-way device implanted into Raymond Shaw's brain, and it's in all of the soldiers' backs. Denzel Washington rips the two-way RFID out of his back, loses it, bites it out of Raymond Shaw, and then takes it to a scientist who looks at it and says, this isn't supposed to exist. This is only theoretical. Right? But they can do it without the RFID. They can control, they can hit people with this frequency and control you without the tech. The tech just gives them further power to do so. And that's why you now understand what the Bible says, what it says, the fight that we're in. And only those who are operating with the Holy Spirit in righteousness, okay, will have a strong enough frequency with the heavenly realm and the Holy Spirit to not be intercepted by the frequency. Those who are lukewarm, right? Your frequency, whatever, it's going to be intercepted by this tech. Okay? You'll be spewed out. Only being hot for the Most High God allows us to overcome this tech, so that we realize and understand we cannot do this on our own power. Okay? It's going to take a spiritual phenomenon for us to make it through this, and that's our righteousness. So this is an attack on wisdom. This is an attack on knowledge. This is an attack on the Holy Spirit. So Satan's trying to interrupt that frequency. The Most High said he'll pour his spirit upon all flesh in the last days. Satan is trying to interfere with that, cause distortion, cause you to pick up his frequency. So now, majority of the world has taken the COVID shot. So now they're looking to connect people to the Internet of Things as an antenna to receive that frequency, fully receive that frequency. So there's more here. Let's see if we can get some more out of this document, this interview. I mean, as if we need to get any more. We probably should just keep going, but it says here, now when we talked before about that kind of rays and the telepathic electronic two-ways communication, the kind of rays which are fed from the memory of computers which store a lot of data about the human being and the languages. Okay. So this is your metaverse. Okay, bringing everybody into his own personal virtual reality experience that's unique to you through the AI. Right. That's why you see your Mark Zuckerberg now coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, we're getting rid of the censoring on Facebook and we're doing community notes now." And oh, the bad Biden administration made us censor people about the COVID shots. Now everybody can come to Facebook and speak freely. We know Facebook is CIA, FBI. They're building a database. It says, might it be the largest mind control project ever? Because NASA Bluebeam project is also for the implementation of a new world religion, a mind control project. Again, Satan wants your soul. He wants to be like the Most High. Okay, and if you're not going to worship him willingly, he'll take it by force. You're going to have to make a choice who you worship. All right. There's not going to be no in between. That people are straggling these fences, right? In the lukewarm area. A major defense contractor had previously conducted research on directed energy weapons of the U.S. Air Force. Okay. And was searching for a weapon to implant messages into the minds of the enemy to urge his own truth onto superhuman deeds of valor. The device employs electromagnetic radiation, frequency. So this is radiation. These frequencies are radiation, right? Oppenheimer, atomic bomb, radiation. Chemotherapy, radiation. Are devices putting out radiation, frequency, right? Your Wi-Fi router in your home, your cellular towers. We're going to deal with that also, putting out frequency. But these are what you would call low frequency, enough to where you may not notice the effect it's having on your body, but they can raise the frequency in these things and turn them into weapons. And it says it is used to torture people both physically and mentally from a distance. All right, that's page 52. So let's move on now. Now let's get to the tech now. Now let's get to the tech. So here we have a patent. This is Google patents. This is not conspiracy. This is a patent off of Google. Mind-controlled virtual assistant on smartphone device. Right? Mind-controlled virtual assistant on smartphone device. Okay? Where they can control you through your device, and they can mind control you through your device. Let's get a video on this real quick. To show this. We're gonna look at these patents here and this mind control. Okay, and we know MK Ultra is also, I don't know if it's declassified, also the CIA and their program to mind control. So why so much focus on controlling the mind? Why is there so much tech in operations and projects and research and such an emphasis by these secret government organizations? And why is it so secretive for them looking to control the mind? Right? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves. But let's check this patent out. Them controlling you through the device.
US 6506148B2. What is it? Short answer, it's a patent held by the US government pertaining to mind control. Long answer, it's an electromagnetic manipulation technique classified as magnetotherapy, designed to elicit physiological effects in human recipients through pulsating frequencies that are distributed by television screens and computer monitors. Basically, it's a patent for mind control through a screen. After seeing the topic surface on social media, reading the documents, delving into similar research, and tracking down decades-old internet archives, I wanted to tell the story of US 6506148B2 because it's interesting. To really begin, we need some context. In the aftermath of World War II, American and British intelligence agencies cooperated while competing, in a sense, to explore what was now defeated German territory, looking for weapons, scientific research, military technology, pharmaceutical products, and more. Operation Paperclip, as it's now known, was a very real, very secret at the time endeavor, resulting in measurable scientific growth and gain for America. Example, German technology and recovered research out of literal death camps post. World War II resulted in the product we now know as Bayer aspirin. This is a commonly accepted historical fact, but it goes deeper. In the following years, American clandestine intelligence, mainly the CIA, became obsessed with compelled truth and mind control. Commonly referenced now as one of the most glaringly obvious U.S. domestic atrocities of the past century, the CIA, in the aftermath of Operation Paperclip, began conducting undisclosed experiments on U.S. citizens that involved psychedelic drug regimens, abuse, and other shocking techniques to break the mind of participants. According to officially declassified MK Ultra documents that managed to avoid being lost or maybe destroyed, when the house of cards finally came crashing down, we now understand the full scope of the atrocities. Quote, although the CIA insists that MK Ultra type experiments have been abandoned, 14-year CIA veteran Victor Marchetti has stated in various interviews that the CIA routinely conducts disinformation campaigns and that CIA mind control research continued. In a 1977 interview, Marchetti specifically called the CIA claim that MK Ultra was abandoned a cover story. End quote. Now that could be a topic all on its own very easily, but the point here is to demonstrate that the United States government, namely the Central Intelligence Agency, at one point in time at least, had a fixation on the topic of mind control, up to and including the torture of their own citizens in undisclosed experiments. Scary stuff. So how does it connect? Well, having established that there was, at some point, a willingness to conduct undisclosed, immoral, unethical, and illegal experiments on U.S. citizens domestically, it sort of changes how we need to analyze things. For starters, patents can be filed for a number of different reasons, but the primary application or reason to file a patent is to protect a specific invention. Going further, it's not just about protecting what you made, it's about protecting everything possible that's even remotely similar to what you made. Because the world of invention is now a constant battle between individuals, corporate interests, and even entire countries. Basically, the patents we will examine today don't necessarily even do anything, right? I have to state that in cold, point-blank terms, or maybe don't do anything anymore. But they certainly exist with extremely troubling implications in tow. This is the main patent in question, the title of the video, and a common focal point for online conspiracy theories. US 656,148B2.
And it says nervous system manipulation. Right? That's what it says under the patent. Nervous system manipulation.
This patent is extremely long, contains a tremendous amount of information, but I'd like to read a couple of individual passages for contextual reasons as well as link it down below in the description. First one, quote, these results confirm that indeed the nervous system of a subject can be manipulated through electromagnetic field pulses emitted by a nearby CRT or LCD monitor, which displays images with pulsed intensity. And
look at the date of the patent family, January 14th, 2003. Now, before you can get the patent, there's a process. Years and years, right? The tech has to be, I mean, who knows how many decades spent fine-tuning the tech in the process of going through the government to get the patent. So who knows how long before 2003 this tech existed before it was patented. We're showing Serge Manaz saying that it was in the 70s. This tech existed from his research, maybe before that.
End quote. Remember, the title of the patent is Nervous System Manipulation by Electromagnetic Fields from Monitors and pertains directly to the idea.
And this is just from monitors. We're not even talking about satellites. We're not talking about craft. We're not talking about towers. We're talking about just a simple monitor. They can do this.
That pulsating EM fields from television and monitor screens, regardless of what is actually displayed for the image.
And really, when you look at a monitor family or a screen, it's a portal. All right, it's a gate transferring information, frequency.
Can be used to manipulate the nervous system of nearby watchers. One more paragraph. Keep in mind, this is from the patent itself, which was filed by Dr. Hendrikus G. Luce in 2003 for this one. Quote, certain monitors can emit electromagnetic field pulses that excite a sensory resonance in a nearby subject through image pulses that are so weak as to be subliminal. This is unfortunate, since it opens a way for mischievous application of the invention, whereby people are exposed unknowingly to manipulation of their nervous systems for someone else's purposes. Such application would be unethical and is, of course, not advocated. It is mentioned here in order to alert the public to the possibility of covert abuse that may occur while being online or while watching TV, a video, or a DVD. End quote. Consider for a moment that the patent itself is warning the public that someone else can manipulate them subliminally through their screens. But let's take a step back, because I'm probably losing a whole lot of people right now who will be thinking something along the lines of, is this idiot really going to say that I can get controlled, mind controlled through a TV? Yes, I'm saying that, but not in the way that most people might think. Turns out there are actually a multitude of medically relevant patents to draw from that demonstrate the basic premise of EMF nervous system manipulation. There's this one, for example, that pertains to pulsed EM fields for the purpose of treating neurological disorders. There's this one, which uses electromagnetic brain stimulation to manipulate dreaming. And then there's this one, where, quote, an electrical device supplies low-frequency energy in a range below approximately 10 hertz to the patient's brain tissue. End quote. Remember, the original patent we're discussing today, US 6506148B2, pertains to frequencies near 1/2 hertz, or 2.4 hertz. Why am I showing these other examples, even though they are probably very boring and a lot of the information is going to make people tune out? Well, the answer is simple. The world of medical research has already accurately identified that low-frequency pulsating EM fields can manipulate the human nervous system. That's a fact. The only differences are delivery method and strength. I can't sit here and tell you whether or not your screens are secretly modifying your behavior and mental state. I've read the research, done the digging, but I would need literal years to understand a lot of the subject matter. However, what we can do is look at a few more connections. Let's re-examine Hendrikus G. Luce and ask the question, who is he? Internet conspiracy theories abound, stating that this individual does not really exist.
So, not going into that part there, let us come here on dealing with more of this mind control tech. But before we do that, going through the time, 2019, 2020 rolls around in the timeline. What do we have here? Operation Warp Speed being announced, U.S. Department of Defense by military. So again, here goes your military. U.S. Army. Right, it was
Hi, operator. You can start the call.
A military operation.
This is men and women of Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us this morning. And I know it's a big news weekend, but I appreciate your time and diligence to be here with us today. Look, today is another landmark day for our nation. It has been just 10 months since we've been on the defense against this virus.
Right. Where's his mask at? Why doesn't he have a mask on? Oh, yeah, this is a smart virus. So if you're talking on a microphone, if you're eating food, the virus doesn't mess with you. But the minute he leaves that microphone, he better put that mask on. Right? This is a military operation. So we had this happen in 2020. And then we're going to get to the shots that came with this, right? But let's first deal with this. This is on USA Today. Speaking of military, National Guard Major, military police asked about using heat ray against DC protesters. So how many of you all remember the protests, all the protests that happened, George Floyd during the 2020? And so now the military is on the hot seat and asked about using a heat ray against the protesters. So it says ADS is a weapon designed by the military that uses short radio waves that provides a sensation of intense heat on the surface of the skin. Okay. So the police officers were interested in this tech to compel an individual to cease threatening behavior. Effect is overwhelming, causing an immediate repel response by the targeted individual. Developed by the military as a crowd dispersal tool decades ago, the ADS has largely been abandoned amid doubts about its effectiveness and ethical questions. So they make you think, oh, well, it doesn't really work that good, not that effective, and it's unethical, right? Just like the brother said in the movie, I'm out of here. This is unethical. So they make us believe to quiet people down and shoo them away. Oh, well, it's not really that effective, and we don't really use it anymore. We stopped using it. Okay. It says here the LRAD, long range acoustic device, is what it's called, LRAD for short, which is used to disperse crowds, releases a piercing noise that allows a broadcast voice or recording to then play at a deafening level, allowing people at the back of crowds to hear. So here is some of this tech. The U.S. military's active denial system, that's what it's called, ADS, active denial system, heat wave, is real and painful. Let's check it out.
Marines and several other DoD representatives had quite the heated demonstration at Quantico, Virginia from the Joint Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate.
This is a military area. Move away from the perimeter. I say again, this is a military area. Move away from the perimeter.
Their new active denial system boasts a reach far beyond any other non-lethal system.
Well, it's a versatile system, and it has a range of non-lethal capability that we can't even come close to with any of our fielded systems today that are in our military forces.
About 7 football fields to give it some perspective. It can deter individuals on a military perimeter all the way up to a riotous crowd, all without permanent harm.
It only penetrates 1/64 of an inch of your skin, goes very shallow into where your nerve receptors are, and there's no permanent injury caused by it. Very safe system. We've built in some safety margins and training for the operators.
They even let any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, and Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
So it burns because it's a microwave weapon. What happens if the microwave weapon is turned up? Can it evaporate, liquefy, disappear a person? How about a house that disappears in its footprint and becomes ash with the trees still intact? Right? Because he said this has been tweaked to be safe against people. Well, what happens if it's untweaked? Right? Like this is the lowest, this is as much as this tech goes as far as just being able to barely burn a person to repel crowds. You mean to tell me it doesn't go any further than that? No, we've seen it. We've seen the military show the lasers being shot from different vehicles and shooting drones out the sky with the laser weaponry. So this is a low-level form of this weapon. Very, very watered down.
It is something that, once again, probably the safest system that we've developed as far as the non-lethal capability.
From Washington, I'm Sergeant Andrew Milner.
So there is your U.S. forces, your military at work. And so we brought this up last live stream. General Mark Milley, Pentagon approved directed energy weapons for use on June 2020 D.C. rioters, sources says. So we know the tech exists. The military has come out and confirmed that they use this tech. And so this general came out and said that they had these weapons at the protest. They were testing them out. Again, what better place to test them out than on a psychological operation such as the George Floyd event and rioting? One of the quotes here, it can stop the heart, make you crap your pants, and disrupt any number of bodily functions. What else can it do? How they're designed is to make the target feel like they're crazy, like they're imagining things. Okay? Like they are imagining things. This is demonic, family. This is the demon at work. Okay? And we're seeing that they even have the capability from space to actually read your thoughts, spy on you, scan your brain. All right. Gather data on you through tendency. So let's check this out here. You have, this is your Wikipedia. You can look this up. Long range acoustic device, LRAD, sound cannon. All right. This is not a secret. This tech. We have a video here we're going to check out.
Military-grade weapons being used against peaceful protesters. Unimaginable. Uncensored, unafraid, and unstoppable. Welcome to the Stu Peters Show. My name is Stu. The 18th day of February 2022. We start this evening with this developing story out of Australia where an early report by Maria Z on this program seems to now be confirmed. That report dug into the question of military-grade weaponry being used against peacefully protesting citizens in Australia's capital city of Canberra. According to Z, there were multiple reports of unexplainable injuries, including burns and dizziness and other symptoms being experienced by large numbers of people who were in attendance at this organized event. The event reported to be as large as 500,000 people. Of course, that number diminished by authorities in Australia. 500,000 people were assembled to demand a stop to these communist, overreaching, dictatorial, and dangerous COVID restrictions and vaccine mandates. Now, the device photographed at the event is known as an LRAD. According to an article by Rebel News, LRADs have been employed in military settings, such as by the United States in 2004 as a form of non-lethal combat. An LRAD was used against crowds at the 2009 G20 summit in its weaponized mode, which caused serious and permanent injuries. It was also reported to have been used against the Occupy Oakland movement in 2011. Now, according to RedVoiceMedia.com, the Australian government might have subtly declared war on their citizens by what now is confirmed to have been using these war-grade LRADs on peaceful protesters in Canberra. On Wednesday, this program was early when we opined that it was an arms race between Canada and Australia on which country can be more totalitarian and repugnant in handling COVID protesters. During that segment, our own Australian correspondent Maria Z shared her experiences from that peaceful protest, saying, quote, "I thought it was very strange because I noticed people with blisters and marks on their faces, but of course, the Australian sun is very harsh, so maybe some of that was just sunburn." Z said that she would solicit responses on Telegram from anyone that was present, asking if anyone with strange symptoms or injuries would report them for her investigation. Well, Maria Z isn't the only one digging into this. Our very own Dr. Jane Ruby, host of the Dr. Jane Ruby Show, which can be found at stewpeters.com, joins us now. So you say that you figured this out. It's not a laser and it's not a microwave, but some weapon was confirmed to have been deployed on peaceful protesters in Australia. So what was it?
Yeah, it seems to be matching up that way, Stu. And listen, before the American people think that this is just a problem of the Australian people, remember that this technology, all of this technology was developed by, you guessed it, the United States military. I want to separate out two things. LRAD and ADS, something called ADS, which is active denial system, because I think there was something else used, maybe in addition to LRAD. Now, don't get me wrong, LRAD systems can cause a lot of damage. They can cause a lot of mental discuity, confusion, but it's a sonic device. So let me tease this out. LRAD, as you said, stands for Long Range Acoustic Device. It's a sonic device or sound. It delivers live or recorded voice messages with lifelike clarity and directional precision. And people who've been victims of it say it's almost like having the voice of God in your head. It's just so, profoundly inside your head.
It's almost like having the voice of God in your head. People who have reported to have this used against them, hearing a voice in their head, just like Serge Minaj said in his interview. They had this tech in the 70s, and we're seeing it play itself out because they're now ready to move forward into this new golden age of AI, merging man with machine and the AI. All right. So now here comes the tech they've had for half a century, really starting to be used.
As a perception. But that wouldn't necessarily cause these blisters. And believe me, I'm getting inundated as well in my inbox with pictures and stories of hundreds of people who have been injured with these similar blisters and red, like burn-like on their skin symptoms. So ADS stands for Active Denial System. This is a directed energy weapon system, like I said, designed by the US government and they say it's for three purposes: area denial, perimeter security, and crowd control. It's also called a heat ray, colloquially, because it literally cooks the skin. So let me share with you an Air Force officer's propaganda statement last year about this. He said, for the first millisecond, it just felt like the skin was warming up. Then it got warmer and warmer until you felt like your skin was on fire. But as soon as you're away from it, away from that beam, your skin returns to normal and there's no pain. Yeah, probably because your skin is so burned that the receptors are damaged. So look, it works by firing a high-powered beam at about 95 gigahertz, for those geeks who love to get into that technology, at a target like people. The ADS millimeter wave works similarly to microwave, but Stu, here's the difference. Because it excites the water and the fat molecules in your skin, instantly heating up. But the significant difference is that the microwave uses a much longer and deeper wave, right? It gets into about 2/3 to 3/4 of your skin depth, whereas the shorter millimeter waves used in ADS only penetrate the top layers of skin, which is where most of the energy is absorbed, to probably 1/64th of an inch in terms of depth of the skin. But make no mistake, it does repel human and animals. It starts to make you uncomfortable at about 111 degrees Fahrenheit, and it starts to burn your skin, creating these responsive blisters, if you will, at about 124 degrees Fahrenheit, all the way up to like the 130s and 140s. And it does cause surface blisters and burns. But remember, they're making it sound like, well, but we turn the beam off and then you just got a few blisters. The important thing to remember here is that any breach of the integrity of the skin puts you at risk for infection and possible death. So I think we need to understand the difference between LRAD and the ADS system. I've asked some of those witnesses to tell me if there were other devices mounted on the government or the military trucks in Canberra, because I think it's a combination of the LRAD, which, as you clarified, and Maria's done a great job clarifying, that sort of pushes people back and shocks them with the sonic waves, or maybe these recorded messages that are so incredibly loud it repels people. But they've used something else, Stu, with a heat energy to cause all this skin burning. And it's been through the clothing. Some people were wearing denim. and they got burns underneath their denim.
These people live in Australia. They know that the sun is hot. They know how to properly prepare themselves for being outside all day long. These are Australian citizens who have lived there for virtually their entire lives, most of them literally their entire lives. This isn't sunburn that happened just unexplainably to these large amounts of people.
No. And Stu, one other thing I want to make clear for people. These people don't just have the blisters on their faces, their lips, their arms, their legs. They have all the symptoms of radiation poisoning. Nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, fevers, headaches, profound headaches, weakness, fatigue. They are continuing, Stu, to burn inside.
Well, a lot of people would say, well, that could be sun poisoning, those are all the same symptoms of somebody who's dehydrated and was out in the sun for too long. You're digging into this, and you say that your inbox is flooded with all kinds of evidence. Plus, you're digging into the actual use of these things, how they work, how they affect people specifically. You've got some shocking stuff that you're going to be going over on the Dr. Jane Ruby Show on Monday. Nobody missed that. The Dr. Jane.
So while people were protesting, and we were told you can't go outside, right? We were told you can't go outside because there's a virus outside. Unless you're going outside to protest, you can go outside. Remember that, family? We were told that. While we were being told that, how many of y'all remember this?
Don't know the best.
How many of y'all remember the 5G workers going out and being able to work and lay the 5G infrastructure?
Don't know the best way to do this, but I've been working erecting 5G masts on towers like the one behind me for the past few weeks while everybody else has been in lockdown. And we don't crack open these kits because we're explicitly asked not to, but well, perhaps the best thing is for me to show you. It's best if I just show you, look.
So when he opened up the circuit board that goes into the tower, inside on the circuit board, it said COVID-19, COVID-19.
It's a piece of 5G kit and it says COVID-19 on it. I don't really know of any products produced by any company that produces circuitry like this that has the brand name COVID-19, but that's what it says on the circuit board. Not a conspiracy theorist. Obviously, I've read all that stuff online about coronavirus and COVID-19, but why are they putting circuitry like that in towers like that?
Now remember, for those that said anything about COVID-19 and 5G were getting banned off the internet during that time. You could not mention COVID-19 and 5G in the same sentence. And you see here it says Operation Oxygen. So we're gonna look at the science behind this 5G as well. Okay. And what does the 5G do? It causes suppressed immunity, flu-like symptoms. So it actually would cause these symptoms that would make you believe, oh, I've got COVID-19, that you have the flu. Oxygen deprivation, because it attacks oxygen. It's an attack on the Holy Spirit. She's the breath of life. Confusion, slurred speech, muscle twitching, extreme fatigue, migraines, ears ringing, long-term, cancer, DNA damage, dementia, premature aging, miscarriage, birth defects, transhumanism. Okay. The FCC has betrayed us. We are at war with an invisible enemy. Right? Human health before faster downloads. 5G radiation may harm you and your children. Non-ionizing EMFs are not as toxic as ionizing nuclear radiation, but are still harmful. So these towers are like nuclear radiation devices emitting high levels of radiation. And when you look at the 5G, it is similar in frequency to the to these microwave weapons, the ADS system we just saw. Right, let me pull the picture up here. When you look at the ADS system, It says produces 95 gigahertz frequency waves, right? 95 gigahertz here for the ADS active denial system, millimeter wave, okay? Millimeter wave of electromagnetic energy. So when you look at your 5G, it's no different, okay? Let me find it where it says, let me see, what does it say it at here? It says, according to experts, the millimeter waves used in 5G. Here it is confirmed that 5G is using millimeter waves, the same type of waves that this device here is using. Okay. And I'm trying to see where it shows the frequency. See here, COVID-19 conspiracy theories and arson attacks, right? People were tearing these towers down, and they're trying to say, oh, it's conspiracy if you say this has anything to do with connected to COVID-19. But it actually shows in here the frequency at which the cellular towers are operating at. And it can operate up to 60 gigahertz, which is 5 times that of your router in your house. Okay, your router operates around 5-6 gigahertz frequency. Okay, but this is the same technology as this weapon right here. So 5G is a weapon, right? You have a website here, 5gdangerous.com. You can, again, y'all get all of these articles. I cannot go through all of it for time. It says here 5G is a series of carefully chosen weaponized microwave and millimeter wave frequencies that will induce illness that will be blamed on a fake virus to facilitate forced vaccinations. Here is a CIA document on the effects of millimeter wave and microwave effects on human health. So they know it is bad for your health. 60 gigahertz is the frequency. And again, this frequency can be raised and adjusted, right? It's a frequency that can be altered. They want to turn the heat up, they can turn the frequency up. And this not only causes illness, but it can actually interact with the mRNA from the vaccine as well. Let me see what else is. So you look at here, it says iodine molecules absorb at 6 gigahertz. Wi-Fi 6 broadcast at 6 gigahertz. Oxygen is colorless and odorless molecule that is gas at room temperature, which is the basis for all life. Oxygen absorbs at 60 gigahertz. Y-gig, the coming home internet broadcast at 60 gigahertz. So this is an attack on oxygen, the breath of life, and wisdom. Again, Satan is trying to intercept the frequency of the Holy Spirit so that it attacks your breathing, it attacks your brain, your wisdom, your knowledge. All right. So there's more there with that. Let's come back over here. With the patent, because you also have a patent, more patent. Okay, you have more patent. Let me see. More patents here. So this particular patent from 2021 says Pfizer patent application was approved August 2021, and is the very first patent that shows up in a list of 18,500 for the purpose of remote contact tracing of all vaccinated humans worldwide who will be or are now connected to the Internet of Things by a quantum link of pulsating microwave frequencies of 2.4 gigahertz or higher from cell towers and satellites directly to the graphene oxide held in the fatty tissues of all persons who had the death shot. So this is a patent, mRNA technology that's now inside people in tracking surveillance. Remember Joe Biden to Chief Justice Roberts, you will rule on a microscopic tag being implanted in an individual for surveillance. This is just one of many patents, family. I'm showing y'all. We're showing y'all here. And we have a doctor here. Let's listen to this doctor speak about the effects of this frequency on the mRNA that is inside of people. And not only that, this mRNA is both inside of the vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Declassified documents. It clearly discusses that also as an extremely low frequency that can.
That's going too fast. Oh, that's it. One times. Okay. Turn it down some.
Declassified documents. It clearly discusses that also as an extremely low frequency that can affect humans via mind control. But where do we know it from? From HAARP, High Active Auroral Research Project, which is an ionospheric modulation that can.
So they can even use HAARP, not only to control the weather, but for mind control, because it's a frequency. So whatever device that they have that can put out a frequency is a device that can be used for mind control. Because again, we saw earlier, scientists said about the brain operating at a low frequency, or an ELF, an ELF. It's like Serge Manas spoke about. So they're tapping into this low frequency. Doesn't have to be a high frequency. The low frequency can control the brain. The high frequencies is what comes with the destruction of the body, right? Total liquidation and evaporation of the body.
Can also lead to mind control. And the reason why it ties into my research is that when Clifford Carnicom and I did research on vaccinated and unvaccinated blood, the only difference that we found was when we used frequencies from 0 to 25,000 hertz, that the vaccinated blood had extreme sensitivity to 4 hertz modulation. So that is basically putting the brain into the delta stage brainwave, which is your subconscious mind. And I have a colleague who is a targeted individual, and on functional EEG, in the waking state, he was found to have 4 hertz modulation in his brain. He's also injected with this nanotechnology through the shot. So what I'm saying is that there is a mind control grid right now going on the entire world that is not allowing people to really process certain information, and that's continuously programming them via AI. So if I decide that how you're making your coffee today,
programming them via the AI. And so now with Project Stargate, $500 billion Stargate AI project, mRNA AI vaccines, and $500 billion project to push this all the way up. This tech, this mind control, taking over your body technology.
Today isn't really smart, and they would like to make it differently, they can send a frequency back to your nanotechnology, because it's bidirectional telemetry, and actually make you things that you're not aware of and modify you in that way. Just like Dr. Robert Duncan from the CIA and DARPA has said, they can also hack your mind and your soul.
So all of this is a doctor. All of this is all confirmed, family. This is not something that is what people would call conspiracy anymore. This is now, after decades of those that came before us paving the way of this information, a lot of them who were harassed, some were actually probably killed for their work. It's now all being confirmed in the reality we're living now. Here is an article off the Daily Mail. Cell phone radiation warning as researchers reveal new risk factor for 5G networks. Okay. So it's all coming out now. This is the reason why, okay, you would need things like preemptive pardons. Whoops. For Fauci. All right, because they needed to get the mRNA on a high level inside people through the vaccines. It's all coming out. So before the mob, as they call it, and these Hollywood predictive programming TV shows where people are finding out that their rulers, their authoritarians have lied to them, to get ahead of the curve of the mob, we'll just issue preemptive pardons so that those who were in position to help execute this order, right, are protected, right? Preemptive pardons. Now that it's all coming out. Now, let me see here. Some other things in here I was wanting to show before we move forward. All right, so let's come back over here and dealing with this frequency. Still dealing with the frequency, and we talked about the movie earlier, Real Genius, where they showed the frequency come down. On the home. This laser for mind control, this laser for burning and liquidating homes. Not only homes, but it can also do the same to people.
Crossbow, this is Watchdog. Confirm all
From space.
transmissions on Discriminator.
Roger, Watchdog. Crossbow is on Discriminator, and all systems are go.
Roger, we mark you go for maneuvering sequence.
Watchdog, this is Crossbow. I am established. Confirm we are go for arm.
Affirmative, Crossbow. At this time, select electrics to max, select vents to open, and select systems to onboard.
Roger. Crossbow is arm.
Roger. We now have ground confirmation. Rabbit is in the hole.
Moving target indicator engage. Pathfinder is on. I'm going on the scope.
Roger.
Scanner on. Target locked. Tracking locked.
Roger.
Easy does it. That's it. Hold it right there.
It can liquefy through laser from space an individual. Right? I wanted to come back to that. It can control the brain of an individual. And we talked about Tom Cruise, Scientologist and student of L. Ron Hubbard, who was doing ceremonies and rituals with Jack Parsons of rocket propulsion, rocket scientist. There's another movie that comes to mind. How many of you all have seen the 2005 Tom Cruise movie War of the Worlds? An alien invasion threatens the future of humanity. The catastrophic nightmare is depicted through the eyes of one American family fighting for survival. Now, you go back to 1938, the original War of Worlds was a broadcast. It was a book, but then H.G. Wells, he wrote the book, but then there was a broadcast on the radio. They didn't tell anybody that it was being broadcasted. They ran it to test the people's reaction. Okay, the people listening on the radio thought it was real and thought it was a real alien invasion happening. And then later, after they ran the test, they said, oh, it was just entertainment. It wasn't meant to be real. right? But they didn't say that before they ran the War of the Worlds broadcast on radio in 1938. So here we have this movie. Here's an older War of the Worlds movie. I want to show you all a clip out of this movie, War of the Worlds. What do we see happening in this movie? So through Hollywood and media, this is what they want us to believe is coming for us. But we were warned, right, that it's not aliens. It's government disguised as aliens, right? It's a psychological operation. But notice the capabilities of these craft. The capability of the craft is the same capability we're being shown in Real Genius. All right. It is your military. It is your government at work. It is not spacecraft. It is not aliens that is going to be doing the zapping and the disintegration of people into a liquidized evaporation. Okay. With this tech. Antimatter weapon, laser weaponry at work. All right, programming you, making you believe that it is the aliens, it is the alien invasion. It is your government. Okay, disguised as aliens. The demons disguised as aliens. And of course, Tom Cruise's teacher, L. Ron Hubbard, was with Jack Parsons doing Babylon rituals, Antichrist rituals, student of Aleister Crowley, summoning entities like this, later to be called spacemen, right? Aliens and demons. All right, so you get the drift. Okay, you get the drift. And a couple more things as we're starting to come to a conclusion here. There's, again, so much to talk about on this, but we need to start to come to a conclusion with the information. So let me see, make sure. Oh, yeah. Project Crossbow. Shout out to Deacon Azaniah as we were showing the movie Real Genius earlier. He sent this. He looked up off the Air Force website. Yeah, the same Air Force that did a 2025 Control the Weather white paper where they talked about fog, right? And nanotech in the fog. Okay. The nanotech in the fog. Yeah, that Air Force. Well, they actually have a project Crossbow. This was a real project that was in that movie. And this project was about sharing information collected via intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems. This was a U.S. Air Force and United Kingdom Royal Air Force program where the U.S. military and the United Kingdom military connected on this project Crossbow. Okay, so again, it's all connected, meaning that it's not just about vaporizing mankind right, through a laser, but using this laser to track, surveil, harass, try to, do types of mind control. Okay, burn your body, all different types of warfare, ways of various warfare from the skies. So all these projects fall under the same umbrella: Project Crossbow, Skybeam, Stargate, Paperclip. All of them, these names keep coming up, right? But you also have, we talked about the mRNA AI tech. Probably, let me get this at the end here. We'll do that at the end. So where is all this leading us to? We're going to get that. Let's deal with continuing on with the same theme. Now that we understand that these are not aliens, they're alien in the sense that they're not of our realm. The demons were never supposed to be created, so they're alien in a sense, but they are not spacemen. We have the alien DNA nanotech in the vaccines in a 2005 game called Area 51. Okay, remember Serge Manas spoke on the vaccine. All right. The mRNA AI vaccines spoken of by Donald Trump's $500 billion Stargate project initiative. Here we go.
Some have called our plans a Luciferian conspiracy. But they will not say such things after the coming of the new guard. They will hold their tongues. Not because they have had a change of heart, but because, well, because they will already have rotted out from the inside. The chips we've implanted in the majority of the population under the guise of vaccinations allow us to watch the watchers. Now, How could anyone say the pact was a bad thing? What we have created made the world we have today. It is only natural for us to control it. People simply do not understand what it takes for them to safely eat their hamburgers, see their television shows, drive their cars. It's a dangerous world, which is why the pact is of such immense benefit to us. It offers us a delightful weapon that causes epidemic mutation and destruction of our enemies. And the masses can sleep at night, nary a care.
The end result of these controlled experiments was to be the resurgence of bubonic plague and smallpox to create a pandemic. Allowing the government to control the surviving population with considerable ease. But these experiments with earthly viruses ran concurrent with my long-term research into alien pathogens. The difficulty of unlocking the alien mitochondria was a continual disappointment to me until May 17th, 2002. It was on that day that I discovered it replicates through binary fission with an accelerated incubation period. I realized that if I attenuated the incubation period, I would be able to control the growth of the mutagens. Since then, I've been able to easily manipulate the alien DNA and hybridize it with human DNA. These experiments have given rise to my greatest innovation, a living, breathing, unstoppable organism I call the infection carrier. Others refer to it simply as the weapon.
So they're using the AI, the alien intelligence, to hybridize mankind through the mRNA to create the alien DNA. Okay, something that is foreign and not human. What did Elon Musk say about mRNA?
I think there's going to be a lot of breakthroughs on the medical front, particularly around synthetic mRNA. You can basically do anything with synthetic RNA, DNA.
You can basically do anything with the synthetic RNA, DNA.
It's like a computer program. So
it's like a computer program.
I think with enough with effort, that's not too crazy. You could probably stop aging, reverse it if you want.
All the lies they're promising mankind: immortality, the deaf to see, the deaf to hear, the blind to see, and the lame to walk.
These are. You can basically do anything. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence.
You could turn someone into a butterfly with the right DNA sequence. And where is all this headed? Where does all this lead us to? A couple more things, and then we're going to conclude. Oh, yes. Stretch Armstrong and the Flex Fighters.
Charter City is stunned by the sudden rollout of Rook Unlimited's most fantastic device ever. The Smart Mark. Throw your other devices away, because the Smart Mark is more than just a phone. It's part of you.
Throw all your other devices away. The Smart Mark is part of you.
Use it as cash.
Use it as cash, buying and selling. This is your golden age of America coming, family.
Book your travel and even shoot video.
Your passport, all right, hologram. So what he's seeing, she don't see what he sees. It's his universe, his reality through the mark.
Book your travel and even shoot video.
Everything your phone can do and more. And it's part of you.
Distribution points are all over the city. And don't let the lines discourage you. The Rook Unlimited Smart Mark is worth the wait.
I never realized how wonderful technology could make me feel. The Smart Mark has brought order to my life.
Yay! How many of y'all are ready to go out and get your smart mark? Right? And here we have your liberated feminist, right? Nothing about God, Christ, man bringing order to her life. No, she needs the smart mark to bring order to her life, right?
Technology could make me feel. The Smart Mark has brought order to my life.
And the best part? It's absolutely free. A gift of thanks to our city from Rook Unlimited.
And the best part, it's absolutely free. Now, where have we heard that before? If it's free, it's too expensive, right?
23% of the population has been given the smart mark.
23% of the population has taken the mark. Now, 23, you can look at 23 as 2/3, right? The scripture talks about 2/3. 2 divided by 3 is 666. Also, 2/3 is 3 2 times, which is 33, another one of their numbers, and it's 6. So notice the guy that says 23%. Notice what his name is.
Number 1.
Time to test our system, number 6.
His name just happens to be number 6, the mark of a man.
The Flex Fighters are out there somewhere, teaming up with Jonathan Rook. Let's put our new recruits to work, subtly.
And notice number 1, he's the only one of them that has the single eye. He is the numero uno, all-seeing eye, right? Eye of horse.
We should find the Flex Fighters.
I ought to find the Flex Fighters.
We should find the Flex Fighters.
And now the program is being sent out to all those that took the mark to go out and find the dissidents that did not take the mark, to hunt them down, the rebels, right? Your conspiracy theorists.
We should find the Flex Fighters.
Growing up in this city, the streets of Old Town, I saw the worst mankind had to offer. Chaos, disorder. I vowed to make it all change. To make it all better. All these years working in secret. Rising up the ranks of the tech men. It was all leading to this day. Order has finally been established in Charter City. No child will have to fear for their safety again.
The people owe you the greatest of debts, number 1, for liberating them from the chaos of their lives.
Liberating them from the chaos of their lives. Order has been established from the chaos. This is your golden age. This is a 2018 Netflix cartoon made by Hasbro, the same company that I believe made Transformers.
You guys love new tech. You didn't want to get smart marked?
No way. That's clearly some shady biz.
You guys love new tech. You didn't want to get smart mark? Shady biz. No, thank you.
Who wants to be?
You call yourself a man of science. World order is our destiny.
There goes that science, right? Trust the science. You call yourself a man of science. You should be all on board with this smart mark. And what did he say? World order with this smart mark?
Wants to be?
You call yourself a man of science. World order is our destiny.
World order is our destiny, man of science.
Submit to a smart mark and join the glorious victory of order over chaos.
The glorious victory. Submit yourself to the glorious victory. Order over chaos. So they're going to cause as much chaos to get people to submit to this mark. And they're going to call it the golden age. Through it all. Golden age of America.
Or you will be eliminated.
Or you will be eliminated. Those who should not take the mark should be killed. Just like the scripture says.
Grandpa, Mr. Savick, where is everybody?
They all went
to get those foolish new devices.
What? No, they can't. Grandpa, those things are dangerous. It's a conspiracy. Mind control.
It's a conspiracy, mind control. And we have one that looks exactly like Judah, right? Look at that hair. That's like the beginning of some locks going on there. Definitely different skin tone than this one. All right. Definitely looking like Judah, just like in the movie Real Genius. Judah. Okay. They know we connected to our God know what time it is. Okay. We're the shepherds and the prophets the Most High said he would raise up and he would reveal the secrets to. Mind control. Now check it out.
Mind control.
So now the family has tricked them to find out, right, that you have not taken your smart mark and you need to take it. So don't cast your pearls before a swan. Your family will turn you in.
I knew it. 3 hours is enough time for us to get to our families. Maybe we can stop them before they get marked.
Right? How many people said that about the vaccine? Maybe we can get to our family before they take the shot. If we can just get to them in time so they don't take that vaccine. Same thing with the mark. It's going to be the same thing.
Marked.
They seem to be establishing checkpoints of some kind. This is how they keep order.
This is the nightmare I warned you about.
They're setting up checkpoints, just like right now. ICE is setting up checkpoints, and under the guise of national security, because illegal aliens have come into our country, and military must get rid of them. Right?
People think smart marks are brand new rook tech that will improve their lives.
People think that smart marks is brand new tech that will improve their lives.
They don't know they're being tricked.
They don't know they're being tricked. And it's interesting, like, what in the world is this? Right? Looking like a demon. I don't know if this is supposed to represent an angel, you know, but it looks like a demon, like they're getting their instructions from a demon. Maybe it's supposed to be an angel. I don't know.
All smart marks so far. But your chip makes it possible to control everyone in Charter City, whether they're marked or not.
So check this out. He said we don't need everybody to be marked. This tech allows us to control everyone in the city, whether they're marked or not. Now check out how they're able to control those who are not marked. The frequency through the tower. And there goes your tower. See the tower, 5G tower? Now, it may be more than a 5G at this point, but a cell tower. All right. And coming to a conclusion, we got a couple other things. Here's an article. economiccollapseblog.com. What will you do when you can't buy or sell anything on the internet without your UN mandated digital identity chip? Right. A couple more videos, very short videos, wrapping things up to give you a visual. And then we're going to go and hit a couple scriptures and conclude. All right. So earlier we did miss something, but it still fits perfectly with within the time of where we are
today. Here is
Project Stargate, military's psychic spies and alien alliances revealed. See, so you can't disconnect the alien aspect of all of this, which we know are the demons. But this is the 1977 project under the military and CIA described in this video, okay?
Today, we're diving deep into the world of conspiracy theories that have stirred up quite a buzz within military circles. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and ring the notification bell so you never miss out on our intriguing content. Now, let's unravel the mysteries. Our conspiracy theory du jour takes us to the mysterious realm of Project Stargate. Ever heard of it? It's not your typical military operation. Legend has it that the US government, specifically the CIA and the Department of Defense, conducted top-secret experiments in psychic phenomena and remote viewing. Now, we know what you're thinking. Psychic spies? Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, right? Well, some believe that the military was actually successful in harnessing the power of the mind for intelligence gathering. Declassified documents suggest that experiments were conducted to explore the potential of remote viewing, where individuals claim to see or describe details of distant or unseen targets. But wait, there's more. Some theorists even claim that this project didn't end, and that the military continues to utilize psychic spies for covert operations. Imagine a soldier sitting in a room, mentally exploring enemy facilities without setting foot on the battlefield. Intriguing, right? Now, let's peel back the layers of Project Stargate. According to some theorists, the military wasn't just dabbling in psychic phenomena, they were allegedly in contact with extraterrestrial beings. Yes, you heard that right, aliens. Some claim that the government, through Project Stargate, established a covert relationship with interdimensional entities, exchanging advanced technology for valuable insights into the future. The conspiracy rabbit hole goes even deeper. Whistleblowers have come forward, alleging that certain military installations were hotspots for otherworldly encounters. Reports suggest that mysterious, advanced crafts were spotted near these facilities, leading some to believe that the military had struck a Faustian bargain with beings from beyond our understanding. Now, before you dismiss this as pure science fiction, consider the declassified documents that mention anomalous occurrences during the Project Stargate experiments. Unexplained phenomena, strange energy readings, and encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena, could these be signs of a more profound connection between the military and the unknown? We are eager to hear your take on this cosmic twist to Project Stargate. Do you think the military's involvement goes beyond the earthly realm? Drop your cosmic theories in the comments below, and let's unravel this together. As we close the chapter on Project Stargate, remember that conspiracy theories, while captivating, often toe the line between fact and fiction. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, the world of military mysteries continues to intrigue us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more mind.
And so this video pretty much encapsulating all of what we discussed tonight, right? With the interdimensional beings in the military, the psychic phenomenon, the ability to hack the brain, if you will. And so here we have, we're going to check this out, and then we're going to finish with some scripture, and that'll conclude our stream tonight. Right? Your golden age that Trump is speaking about. Here you go. Here's the golden age.
To our knowledge, an implantable hydrogel biosensor could be used in the COVID-19 vaccine, and it would, in effect, fuse with the body, like a piece of nanotechnology, thereby connecting to the wireless internet, driven by 5G, or the Internet of Things. The COVID vaccine transforms the body into a 5G antenna. And there is evidence that it is being used to introduce a device inside our bodies that will generate a measurable electromagnetic field, since untold numbers of vaccinated people are reporting that magnets stick to their jab site. Although it is hard to believe, the truth is that this is part of the global depopulation agenda, and is linked to the 5G electromagnetic frequency antennae that are being installed across many countries, as we have explained in several documentaries. Their aim is to use this technology, based on artificial neurointelligence, as quickly as possible. Indeed, as soon as these wireless digital platforms using 5G millimetric microwaves become active, we will be interconnected with artificial intelligence and a digital brain, which ultimately means we will stop being ourselves and turn into cyber robot zombies who are dependent on this technology. Meanwhile, our health will deteriorate, causing us to contract cancer, with tumors in the heart, brain or encephalitic membrane. We will also experience alopecia, loss of appetite, bone marrow deterioration and damaged organs, due to all kinds of infections. Other problems include weakening of the immune system.
And so now, Daniel chapter 2, and we'll conclude here. Right? Daniel chapter 2. And we're going to conclude with these scriptures here. As we are summarizing this golden age of Babylon that they are now, right, using Project Stargate, right, Operation Warp Speed 2.0 to get there ASAP. Daniel chapter 2, and let me also get my image here for you all to see as well to go with this book, chapter, and verse. So it says here, Daniel chapter 2 is talking about the statue that Daniel saw. Okay. The first empire, which is the head of gold, was the Babylonian Empire. The breast, chest, Medo-Persian Empire that came afterwards. Following that, you have the thighs of brass, the Grecian, right? The Greek Empire. Following that, you have the iron legs, the Roman Empire. And now let's talk about the toes. Daniel 2:41 talks about the toes. It says here, and whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. Verse 42, and as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. So what do we see here? This is what they are calling your alien DNA, mixing with the seed of men, your Nephilim, okay, your hybridized, your Nephilim technology, transhumanism, right, transformation, mRNA, okay, the nanotech, the hydro gel, and this kingdom shall be divided, all right, partly strong, partly broken, right? So when they talk about the golden age of Babylon, America's golden age, there was a song by Imagine Dragons. Welcome to the new age. They are now hit their 2025 mark, and it is warp speed through Project Stargate. All right. It's now, Trump has doubled down on the COVID shots as far as his military operation in 2020, looking to now fully launch it into an AI stratosphere. Okay. And so he went through all the information tonight, and we left some meat on the bone as usual, because there's so much to go into. But hopefully this gives brothers and sisters a further, um, further expansion on the information as far as understanding the times. And it's interesting because I forgot to mention this earlier, but I was having a conversation with Elder Ricard about recent hospital experience. And I was talking to him about, this was a few weeks ago, about how, when you're dealing with the nurses, they run to the screen to actually, determine what they need to do. Like they're looking at a computer screen and trying to determine what you need for your health. Like there are no doctors who are actually looking at you, examining your eyes, your tongue, your symptoms, your body. They're putting everything, entering it into a computer to get the direction on what they need to do. And he said they're talking to AI. They're getting their instruction from AI. Okay. The demon. All right. The technology. There is no more healthcare. There's mRNA tech. And so now we have to pivot from that system. We had a Sabbath lesson last week, faith kills. Stepping away from the medical religion now. And the reason why it was titled Faith Kills, because understand, any faith outside the Most High God, the true gospel of Christ, and that doctrine, there are millions of faiths outside of that. Any other faith kills. Faith in man over God kills. And for far too long, we put our faith in that system over God, not trusting in him, his healing, his power to heal us. Right? Their food supply and what they're feeding us as far as what they call food. It's time for us to pivot, okay, and get as close to natural, as close to the earth as far as what's coming out of the earth for natural food and medicine to survive this so-called golden age, this age of iron and miry clay that they're calling golden. Well, there is a certain thing called fool's gold. And so that's what I would call this golden age. This golden age is fool's gold. If anybody wants to run down the line, run up the scale of AI as what they want to put their hopes and faith in, all right, to sustain, understand the smart mark. The Bible calls it the mark of the beast. Will be there at the end of the tunnel waiting for you to receive it, to continue on that AI path. All right, as you're being assimilated into the mRNA AI transformation. All right. So we operate in the system as much as we can by being disconnected from it as much as we can. The digital currencies is here. The next big push in this golden age, all things digital, including your consciousness, uploaded to the cloud. Okay, total control of your brain. All right, but for the elect, if it were possible, the very elect would be deceived. If the Most High didn't cut short the days, no flesh would survive. But for the elect's sake, so as long as you count yourself in the elect's sake, you have no worries, only that you know that the race is not finished. You must continue this race to the end, because he that endured to the end, the same shall be saved. All right. So with that, that is the live stream for this week. I pray you all were blessed with the information. You will get all the links. I implore everybody to go through the information, because we skimmed through a lot of it. There's a lot of information there. You should never be bored if we don't come on for a live stream, because it's so much information. Okay. You always have stuff to look at, research. If there's any place where we, went through the research and we're incorrect on it, open for the correction because we just want to get it right. We want the truth, right? And so with that, bless you all. Shabbat Shalom, a high bless, and a higher speed. Kwam Yasharallah.